Very good. So I thought what we'd start off with is maybe just, you've had many, many years previously in your career as a politician. Maybe we can start off with sort of this idea of land planning. And in terms of what the Squamish Nation and what you've been involved in helping to mitigate climate change and thinking about that.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And thank you to our dear Elder Roberta for the welcoming this morning. And it's a real pleasure to be here with each of you to share our journey and our story. You know, as a recovering politician now, you know, being in politics for 23 years, I like to call it recreational suffering, but it was a tremendous opportunity to contribute and to be a part of some fantastic teams that really represent generations of effort. So I put it in context of really contact with European cultures in this part of the world is fairly recent, in the late 1700s, which really was dynamic throughout the 1800s with Fort Langley, with the burgeoning city of Vancouver here, and the intermarriages between settlers and our Indigenous women that really represented true reconciliation early on. We've seen the gold rush mentality of influx of settlers coming in, the get-rich-quick schemes, first of all, literally with the gold rush, with the collapse of forestry with old-growth forests, extirpation of resident species, that led to the collapse of the commercial salmon fisheries and wild salmon being in peril. That really then also led to land grabs, where we've seen preemption of our lands as early as the 1860s without Indigenous consent or compensation. So this really distorted relationships, hence why we are now in an era of reconciliation, because we've witnessed this pattern. Now oil, gas, and mining is the new drive for energy security globally, and we recognize the value of our lands in a global context. The affluence and quality of life that Canadians have enjoyed has directly been at the expense of Indigenous peoples in this country. So to mature as a society and to move forward, we must balance our canoe with Indigenous epistemologies paired with Western practices to make better outcomes.
Absolutely. Thanks so much. I thought maybe we'd start a little bit. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about some of the clean energy projects you've been involved in.
Yeah, so we did participate in 9 run-of-river hydroelectric projects. These were important to us when we did our land use planning. One of my first projects coming in back in 1999 was looking at Skszwx land use planning, where we wanted to remove ambiguity on what our vision is for sustainable use of our lands and resources. This was at a time when the province of BC was undertaking their own LRMP process, land and resource management planning, where the terms of reference for the province wouldn't entertain any new protected areas. They said they protected 12% of the park, I believe it was, under provincial parks. We said, that's great, we commend you, but you've never once included Squamish Nation on the attributes that are being protected or what co-management would entail. So we wanted to undergo our own land use planning. We didn't want to go cap in hand to some other level of government and say, please consider our interests and treat us as stakeholders. We wanted to exercise our jurisdiction, our authority, and our governance. So we ended up protecting 50,000 hectares of pristine wilderness, which represents about 8% of Squamish territory. These were the last non-roaded, non-industrial parts of our territory that we protected, what we call Skszwx, which is very hard to translate into English, so we settled on conservancies. We also did access management, restoration areas, wildlife management, along with the IPPs that became a part of that suite of what we felt we can achieve at that moment in time.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. I think I'd like to talk about one particular project, which is the wood fiber LNG project. And it was a very unusual or really interesting opportunity, the role that the Squamish Nation took in that you've actually developed a relationship in which you're going to be the regulator as part of that. So maybe you can talk a little bit about that process.
Yeah, I think it's important to qualify that project by really illustrating the challenges we had through the NEB process, the National Energy Board on Trans Mountain. So concurrently, while we were asking very important questions around Trans Mountain, such as why this location in Burrard Inlet, how does diluted bitumen interface with saltwater, how do you clean it up, what about extirpation of resident orcas? There was a number of questions we had that really weren't being answered in any real meaningful way of analysis, which led us to really oppose the project. Concurrently, we had the wood fiber proponents approached the Squamish Nation, where it was about relationship building. It wasn't transactional of ticking a box and saying we've consulted with the Indigenous group. It was really the Tenodo family from Malaysia coming to us and approaching the nation in a respectful way, where it really took a year and a half or 2 years to get to know each other, where, again, the nation didn't want to go cap in hand to government, especially in light of what we experienced through the NEB process. So similar to the land use planning, we decided to do our own independent environmental assessment. So this was a way of actualizing consent under United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and a principle within that is FPIC, which is free, prior, informed consent. So it's really looking at how do you garner consent from an Indigenous nations, where we created a process that had a start and a finish with a conclusion, where we make our decisions based off solid analysis that we can then defend whether we support or not, which then creates greater stability and certainty for the project to move forward. So that was innovative in a way that these were legally binding conditions, and it did position the nation as a regulator, which is the first of its kind in Canada that we know of.
Absolutely. And for those of you that are unfamiliar with the wood fiber site, it's up in Howe Sound, and it was historically one of 2 pulp mills in Howe Sound. And then because of economic reasons, it shut down, and then it's being transformed into a potential site for LNG. And one thing that's really exciting about that, so I've studied those sites in Howe Sound for 30 years. I'm a marine biologist. And so in the old days, when there was no enforcement of environmental regulations, it was very, very common to have spills and to have die-offs that were happening. And we've seen a resurgence of the marine life in Howe Sound since that mill closed. Other activities have happened with remediation in the estuary in Squamish. And maybe you could comment on some of the things that you and your nation have observed in Howe Sound for recovery since then.
Yeah, absolutely. So as you mentioned, the impacts of industrialization throughout Burrard Inlet as well as Howe Sound really strained the ecosystem around food security for Squamish Nation. We couldn't practice our traditional sustenance where many species were being impacted. We've seen a dead zone in Howe Sound from the effluents of Britannia Mine, for example, where there's also mercury in the Squamish estuary. The pulp mills had effluents that were pouring into the Sound, wreaking havoc for many decades, where the nation was very proactive in holding government and proponents accountable to improve that situation, where we now have seen a revitalization of Howe Sound through the return of herring biomass, for example, which, a new entrant into market like LNG, getting product to Tidewater and creating an export facility really raised the anxiety amongst our membership to say, why should we support an industrial project like LNG? So the environmental assessment was integral to mitigating the risks through deep engagement and consultation with our members. That took place over a number of years, that then formed the 25 conditions. I was up on the project site last week, and we seen a pot of orcas go by, which was fantastic to see the volume of pink salmon that are in Mill Creek and Wood Fiber Creek as we speak right now. The project, we wanted to effect design changes, for example, to move the project from seawater cooling, which would have been heated and chlorinated and put back into Howe Sound with millions of gallons per day, to move the project to air cooling, for example. We avoided the Squamish River estuary through directional drilling. We removed compressor stations from our inhabited reserves and put them more into the rural sort of backcountry as some examples of how to mitigate some of the environmental risks.
Absolutely, and that example that you just illustrated, being able to get those concessions is a true leadership in the environmental field, because now other communities can look at that example and say, well, they managed to do it. We should be able to demand that as well. So I wanted to move on to a couple of the other projects that you've been involved in. When we talk to colleagues who are working with Indigenous nations, for example, when you held your conference last spring, the Indigenous Success Showcase, one thing that we heard again and again as speakers came up to talk was about how difficult it was to address the housing crisis on reserve land. So I'd like you to talk a little bit about the Sňwx project and the opportunities that brings to the community.
Yeah, thanks, Shannon. So housing has definitely been a crisis nationally for Indigenous peoples. If you look at the Squamish context, the federal government, under the Indian Act of 1876, created the reserve system, and the federal government allocated 0.3% of our territory to Squamish Nation, which means 99.97% has been confiscated from us without, again, our consent or compensation. So this small pittance of land that we've been relegated to through marginalization and legislative oppression has been a real challenge, because we can't monetize reserve lands necessarily as members of the tribe. We can't go to financial institutes and borrow monies because there's no recourse for those lenders in case of default. So the nation has to provide guarantees and provide structures that have been very oppressive under federal legislation. So as we move that pendulum and move towards self-determination, we've had to create a number of policies within our own organizations to counter the paternalism of Ottawa, to really unlock the value of our lands. We recognize the value of our lands in a global context. Who and what we attract to this part of the world is substantive. So the nation does have a fantastic land portfolio, both on and off reserve, of lands that are in the queue for development, including Skszwx. So Skszwx is just over here in False Creek. It's an ancient village site that we were forcibly removed from in 1913. By 1900, our peoples were deemed as squatters here in Vancouver, which is just ironic to think that, it's almost like interlopers coming in and booting out the locals under the guise of saying we're squatters. So very challenging, because we had no legal recourse back then. Until about 1960, we couldn't protect ourselves from the onslaught of federal oppression. This is my parents' era, when we finally were able to own fee simple land. We're finally able to go to university. I'm the first generation out of residential schools in my family, so it's hard to call these schools. They're really internment camps designed to eradicate our language and culture, not conducive for academia or creating affluence in our communities. So a lot of formidable challenges that the nation has had to overcome through tenacity and resilience of our elders, who have maintained our language and our culture, our values. So as we, launched court action on Skszwx in 1977, it took us decades to fight the Crown on their systemic racism of their modus operandi of colonialism. We finally settled outside of court in 2003 with the reclamation of 10.68 acres in False Creek, and including that as additions to reserve. So we're now breaking ground to create 6,000 rental units in False Creek that aren't just for Squamish Nation members, they're for the general public. These are going to be beautiful buildings that are going to have fantastic views of the Salish Sea, excellent quality of life, with stability and certainty around rental, where we're mirroring a lot of the provincial standards of tenancy agreements, where the federal government doesn't occupy the field, the nation must. So we've developed a robust set of tools to attract investment on reserve and to provide amazing products like you're going to see at Skszwx.
Fantastic, thanks so much. Michelle had introduced earlier, Michelle Skszwx, the theme of this conference, which is the intersection of addressing the climate emergency and public health emergencies. And housing comes down to one of those issues where there's an intersection. So often those of us that are most marginalized in the community often have poor access to sustainable housing. Often that housing, if it gets hot in the climate crisis, people are not able to find cool regimes. Maybe you can talk a little bit about what some of the sort of climate mitigation or sustainability aspects have been incorporated into the Skszwx project.
Yeah, certainly. One of the great things that when I did my MBA studies, I had access to Dr. Stephen Cornell from Harvard. And Cornell did a number of, 30 years of analysis of Indigenous nations in North America that are successful and that are engaged in big business. And, we really wanted to look at the attributes of these nations in their nation building or rebuilding ourselves and redefining ourselves, not as assimilated people, but as through adaptation. And one thing that stood out for me was not engaging in business for the sake of business, but it's really this notion of purpose and profit, doing business that meets our values and our principles, that finds solutions to formidable challenges, that create long-term sustainable revenues and assets that we can then reinvest back into our communities for things like housing, health, education, elders care, youth and recreation programs, and more importantly, language revitalization, things that other levels of government will never really pay for or assist us in. They're the ones that put us in these predicaments. So that whole notion of self-determination, of creating economies and scale of economy that can grow was really important. So within that, it really comes down to our values and thousands of years of our presence here in this part of the world. We have a special relationship to these lands. We have a cultural and spiritual relationship, which we find Western management practices has completely removed culture and spirituality when it comes to their vocabulary related to any resource or development project. So as we're new entrants in the market and we go forth in developing, it's not just to replicate any other building here in Vancouver. It's really to ensure that our signature is on it, that we create value chains for our people to participate in contract and procurement and long-term careers, and provide affordable housing for them to be able to live within our own communities and within our own territories. So of course innovation necessitates that we look at what are all the burgeoning areas of capturing water, of creating projects that are going to have better efficiency in a variety of ways. So I know we've worked with different proponents where we did RFPs through Ernst & Young to create real viable processes to select developers where there is value alignment. And that really allows us to truly partner with others within the community and create better outcomes.
Very good. So just building on some of the things that you've just discussed, I wanted to bring the conversation over to some of the work that's going on in the Broadway corridor and the Jericho lands, and the efforts that you and other partners have made on indigenizing some of these projects and working with land planners. And maybe you can talk a little bit about that process.
Yeah, the MST land acquisitions is something I'm tremendously proud of. In my career, 23 years working as a negotiator.
And let the audience know what MST stands for.
Yes, absolutely. So the MST are the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh families here in Vancouver. We're part of the larger family known as Coast Salish, who are actually dissected in half by the Canada-US border. So we have a large group of Coast Salish language speakers. So the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh are three of the families within the Coast Salish umbrella. Here in Vancouver, for many years, our families were really in a tug-of-war where we're in a space of competition over scarcity of resources. Because we had been relegated to our reserves, whenever there was a disposition of lands claimed by the Crown within our territories, the nations would all step in and immediately get into a tug-of-war, which resulted in 100% loss to the nations. So Sinclair Centre, Canada Post, there's a number of examples where we weren't successful in land acquisitions. It wasn't until we reframed our relationship from competition to collaboration, where we reaffirmed our kinship ties in our longhouses, that we were then able to forge a path forward in a place of unity and more collaborative. So we then developed the MST Development Corporation, which each of the nations are 33.3% each, so we're equal partners. And then we were able to jointly negotiate with the provincial government and the federal government in the acquisition of 120 acres of fee simple land here in Vancouver. Most notably, of course, is Jericho. Jericho is another ancient village known as Úxwumixw, but erasure has been very effective to make us invisible in our own land, where the average Vancouverite will run around down on the beaches there and go play volleyball and live this fantastic quality of life, while our ancestors are still buried down there. And when our ancestors are unearthed, they're subject to the archaeological branch to be put in museums, in drawers all over the world. So there's very little protection of our history and our rights and title of these unceded territories. So the nations really had to look at, again, how do we move forward to create a scale of economy. So the acquisition of 120 acres represents about $5 billion of land value in today's sort of zoning. As we move forward with zoning and density and phasing, these values will exponentially increase, really positioning the nations to be able to borrow against the projects, to draw from them, to have assets and long-term revenues, again, that we can reinvest into future projects and ongoing concern, but also reinvest into our communities.
Absolutely. And in some of this indigenization process that I've heard described by some of your teammates, they've talked about language and values and how to embed that into the process, but also in educating and bringing the rest of the working group together to understand these aspects. Maybe you can give a few examples of those.
Yeah, I think the branding is very important to me. You know, when we started negotiating a lot of these projects, as negotiators, we asked ourselves, why are we doing this if there's not a path for young people? If we're not immersing our young people in careers and opportunities, again, not to assimilate into this notion of Canadian society, but to really utilize the best tools available to us. And it was really these value chains that started to develop entrepreneurialism within the community. Again, being the first generation out of residential schools, this was new to us because our parents were systemically denied those opportunities to participate in mainstream economy. So we are playing catch up. And within that, what we've heard from our young people is branding is very important. Again, the naming of these buildings, the building envelope, the foyer when you walk in, every aspect of the projects, we want it to reflect MST culture, just as you would expect anywhere else in the world, where you walk into New Zealand, Aotearoa, or you go into Japan or wherever, you're going to see culture, you're going to see the brand explicit. So right now, there's really nothing around here that speaks to that other than YVR. When you walk in, you see great ambiance. You know, we did the signage on the Sea to Sky Highway, was one of my files pre-Olympics, 2010. Where we wanted to create visible presence through our language, that it's not French, it's not English, therefore it must be Indigenous. So it's really countering erasure in a variety of ways, and the developments are integral to that.
Thank you so much. So I want to move on to thinking about the audience that we have here. So we have a number of members in our audience that are venture founders. Most of the ventures that we have are really focused on impact. We have researchers that are here. We have mentors from our community and people from funding agencies and various groups. And for the last 2 years, we've been holding workshops in collaboration with our colleague Bob Chamberlain to help our venture founders to develop engagement strategies with First Nations. We have a lot of researchers and venture founders that are addressing issues around potable water, around affordable housing, around access to healthy food and energy security. And so I was wondering, for your opinion, if you can share with us what kind of advice you could give to startup founders around how can they participate in economic reconciliation with Indigenous communities.
Yeah, wonderful question. So first of all, my message to our friends here is we can't do it alone. You know, we're new entrants in the market. It's not necessarily the nation's core competency at this time. So scaling our nations, rebuilding our nation's governments while creating the economic development arms to limit liability back to the nation, to minimize political interference, are all these iterations of growth. But in that, there's ample opportunity to draw in partnerships where we need investors, we need people within the entirety. There's no one developer that can take on the entire land portfolio of the Squamish Nation alone. So we have lands in the Sea to Sky, we have lands in Whistler, we have lands over in the Sunshine Coast, and significant lands here in Vancouver. You know, we did bring in EMAR out of Dubai at one time to do some visioning and some master planning of a couple parcels of land, which really opened our minds to the possibility. And that open-heartedness really looks at the notion that it's not us and them, it's us. What is our collective vision by 2050? What is our collective vision by 2100? Where do you see yourselves affecting positive change? Certainly the road to net zero, as Crystal Smith of the Heisel would say, is through Indigenous lands. All of this is Indigenous land. There's no such thing as Crown land. So if you look at the court cases and the 225 rulings at the Supreme Court of Canada, most recent, of course, is Blueberry, but also Tsilcotina 2014. The courts continually reaffirm that Aboriginal title was not extinguished when BC joined Canada under Confederation. So that reality for Canadians also represents significant opportunity to work with nations, to create greater metrics of success, and dare to dream. You know, where do we see ourselves collectively? So the celebration of history and culture, often I hear a lot of Canadians saying, I don't know where I fit in that space. They're not adverse to reconciliation, but they really don't know how to take the first step and often are afraid to make mistakes. My advice is make mistakes, go forward. That's how we learn. I've made tremendous mistakes throughout my career, and it's always as our grannies and those that will continue to stand us up and certainly discipline us, but also teach us. And that's important, to be humble when you're working with a nation. It's important to know who is your audience, what do they care about, and how do you help solve problems. It's not about imposition of Western culture only, because we've seen the results of that for many generations, and it's time to do better and mature as a society.
Yeah, absolutely. So I wanted to build on some of the themes that you've pulled out there. So you referred previously to the Indian Act and all the challenges. If you don't own a piece of land, you can't get security from the bank, so you can't get a loan, so you can't start a business. When we're looking at the traditional sort of business practices and investors, where they're, especially in Canada, our investors tend to be very conservative. They want to have a lot of low risk. And in circumstances where we're just starting to have more collaborations and partnerships between Indigenous communities and other groups, they might perceive there's a lot of risk here. We don't know what's going to happen with the land. We're not sure who has ownership. Can you talk a little bit about how we turn that into an opportunity?
Yeah, it's an excellent observation, and it's very true that it's a fear of the unknown. So as we remove ambiguity, a lot of our planning processes around land use planning, marine use planning, moving beyond sort of a litigious relationship to more negotiations and partnerships, is where we're going to start seeing this curve in attracting investment. And certainly nations have been creating a lot of structure across Canada, where you have someone like Harold Calla, doing the First Nations Financial Management Board. You see the First Nations Major Projects Coalition with NILO starting to move forward with empowering, providing toolkits to nations for negotiating, creating better outcomes. You're seeing Canada Council for Aboriginal Business creating toolkits and helping Canadians understand why economic reconciliation matters to all of us. I'm very interested in, of course, the financial sort of aspect of these projects. If we want equity in wood fiber, which we've negotiated the opportunity, how do we then attract that investment and make sure that it's attractive? When we bought our own lands back through Jericho and whatnot, we had to borrow a few $100 million to get these lands back. Even though there are lands, you have to look at, do we want to pursue treaty? Do we want to litigate? Do we want to negotiate? Do we want to exercise civil disobedience? Or do we want to be complacent and allow the cumulative impact of loss of and privatization of our lands? You have to weigh each of those opportunities and look at what will yield the best outcomes. So negotiations certainly have been how to implement the court rulings in a much more methodical and better tangible results, where again, this is something that Canadians can celebrate and move forward. I invite you to read Resource Rulers by Bill Gallagher, as well as another book is A Fair Country by John Ralston Saul. These are both fairly dated now, but they're excellent examples of how it is us together moving forward. So I find a lot of lenders, just to get back to your question, are interested in sort of these boutique NACA, for example, National Aboriginal Capital Corp, and others like that, are able to then disseminate those monies and loans and investments into communities specifically to provide better service to Indigenous peoples, where our default within those organizations is less than the average sort of the bank. So you're seeing really solid metrics and data that's being created from these entities, I think, that are going to help remove the boogeyman from the bushes.
Thank you. So I want to encourage people. Michelle had described and Shang had described how you could submit your questions on Slido. I'm just going to turn to see if we have some that are here, and we'll just have some of the audience questions now. All right, so I'm going to start with the first one. So how can we connect to First Nations to collaborate on innovative mitigation solutions on First Nation lands?
Yeah, it's definitely a work in progress. Thank you for the questions. With our Dev Corps, it's been really important, again, to structure our business entities. So many of the First Nations in Canada have development corporations that will be your first point of contact. They have a full sort of C-suite, they have their board of directors, It minimizes kind of the political interference, or it defines the roles and responsibilities. Within the Squamish Nation, for example, we do have senior managers that are responsible for partnerships. So they have a vetting process, they have a business registry, they endorse and greenlight businesses and partnerships that we can then plug into a variety of projects. So there's definitely a conduit and a pathway that we've been very cognizant of on how to attract people to work with, whether it's the nation or members within the nation, to plug them into just the volume and magnitude of projects that we're involved in.
Mm-hmm. Actually, just building on that, to take the example of the MST Development Corporation, when MST Development Corporation was developing their procurement processes and thinking about indigenization and the values that you wanted to use, because there's some power in that procurement process, because you get to decide which projects you want to go forward with, which contractors you're going to bring in. What was the philosophy and theory behind the procurement practices to reach the goals that you want to have?
Yeah, so procurement is definitely near and dear to my heart, and it's something that I continue to advocate in every project I'm involved in. And it's really about mobilizing our members within the community to participate in the benefits that derive from projects. They often are mentoring or learning from other businesses that have been in these spaces, whether it's electrical or whatever aspect of a project. It starts with subcontracting, it starts with mentorships, it starts with building their reputation and their experience and their safety records and whatnot, to really then build these businesses and make them flourish. So that's one of the metrics of success that I envision over the next 10, 15 years, is you're going to see a lot more of these businesses that have transferable opportunities within many of the development projects or industrial projects, ski hill development. There's just a number of areas that, we're only 4,000 members in the tribe. Again, we can't do it alone. We're reliant on creating space.
Mm-hmm. Well, actually, just as I was hearing you speak about this, about the procurement process, I just wanted to highlight one of our ventures that went through Bob Chamberlain's training last year, which is Row Homes, who prefabricate very beautiful flat-packed homes that can be built in 4 hours. So you just prep the site, come in, you can bring it in on a barge, you can fly it in, you can truck it in, and you have a 2 to 3 bedroom home that you can have within a day. And so they have just done a demo project with 4 homes for elder housing and single parents with the Humboldt First Nations, and they're looking to expand that. And so they've been just very pleased that they could help address some of these issues. Let's turn back to the questions we have here. So here's the next question. So as we pursue economic reconciliation together, how do we marry the Indigenous worldview of wealth creation with that of the colonial capitalist worldview?
Yeah, thank you. I really think it's short, mid, and long term. So, the short-term opportunities are how do you move beyond transactional relationships to more long-term relationships. It really starts with a tangible project, a tangible opportunity where there's purpose and profit. From that, you gain trust, you gain partnerships. Indigenous governments are often thinking multi-generational. So when we're in forestry, we're thinking 90 years. When we're in hydro, we're thinking 40, 50, 60 years. When we're in LNG, these are 40-year terms. So we're looking at the entirety of pre-construction, construction, and operations to create a path and really start to build the capacity within each of those spaces to maximize success. So, when you're coming in and bringing in sort of real capitalist opportunities, capitalism isn't a bad word, but it could be wielded in many different ways that we've seen aren't so positive on, climate crisis and whatnot that we're all confronted with. So bringing in Indigenous worldviews, I think, in my opinion, helps balance the canoe to set our sights on long-term objectives. And then it takes commitment to take every step of the way. Nothing's a straight line. You're going to hit peaks and valleys along the way. Which is in any business an entrepreneur is going to have to be faced with. So
yeah, absolutely. And I think the example that Indigenous communities have made to be able to have that foresight, to be looking at multiple generations, is so important, because we can use the capitalist system as a chess game and figure out how we can navigate through that, but identify that we need to overcome barriers like election cycles that are short. and other pressures that are really in the short term, and also identify where there's regulatory or taxation issues that will actually incentivize cutting a forest down in the short term, because it has more value once you cut it than if it remains. But in fact, the long-term value for habitat creation, for cooling, for all these additional natural resources, natural assets we have, you need to look in that long-term period. Now, I think we're almost at time here, so I wanted to pass it back to Chang and to thank Chief Ian Campbell for joining us today. Thank you.
Oh, just thank you, everybody. One final word, if I may, is, we seen Elder Roberta this morning raising her hands in gratitude, saying OCM. If I can hear everyone say OCM. OCM. Beautiful, nicely done. But because we're engaged in big business now, we've changed it to ATM. Thank you, everybody. It's an honor to be here.
Oh, yes, Tiffany Hamilton was going to be our illustrious moderator today, but unfortunately, COVID has taken her out, as it has a few folks, so you will see a few changes in the program today. But I am very, very delighted to be the person that is going to be guiding our discussion today. And so I'm going to start with just some introductions, give you all a moment to introduce yourselves to our audience. Feel free to share a fun fact about yourself if you like, no pressure, and then we'll get into some of the amazing questions that everyone had put a lot of thought into preparing for today's session. So, Farah, we can start with you.
Hello, everyone. I want to say nice to meet you, but I hardly can see you. But I'm Farah Noor, Chief Science Officer of Lucent Bioscience. We established our company 2015 with 5 co-founders. Right now we are about 50 people with a factory and scale in manufacturing. So I would love to share our experience here with you guys. And yeah, glad to be part of this discussion.
Hello, everyone. My name is Raz Gulia. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Pocket Pills. We are an online pharmacy here in Canada. We are a national online pharmacy with fulfillment facilities in BC, Manitoba, Ontario, Halifax, and Montreal. Basically helping Canadians control the cost of prescription medications. We're roughly 200 team members today. We started back in 2018. It's been a hell of a ride for the last 5 years. I'm looking forward to having a great discussion today.
Hi. Hi. Great to meet you guys in person, finally. And great to meet you guys as well, all of you. Guys being colloquial for everyone. I'm Samantha Matthews. I'm the founder and CEO of a company called Loci. And I started this company with the vision of what if buildings could tell us about themselves, environments could tell us about themselves, specifically for what we need to know about them, rather than get lost. And it's funny because as I say this, I'm looking up at my 2 arch nemesis, which are white normative culture exit signs. You'll see on the outside, actually in the foyer, there's green person running through a door exit signs. So in a forced to reckon with moment, I guess I could explain my company as trying to kill those exit signs and build those evacuation signs. And I have been building that for the last 5 years. I work with top 10 Fortune 10 companies from around the world. And I'm trying to solve the crisis of enterprise technical debt caused by the mismanagement of venture capital.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sam. Accelerating adoption of critical health and climate solutions. This was an opportunity to bring together some incredibly thoughtful leaders in the areas that they have been growing their ventures to really share some of the highs and lows and challenges that they have experienced in building, with the hopes that somewhere in that that you will take some of those insights and hopefully, think about them, apply them to your own practice. So, kicking things off, Raj and Farah, I'm going to direct this first question to the both of you. What were some of the key steps to building and scaling your health tech and climate tech solutions companies? And so, Farah, happy to get going with you.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. Well, to me, or to our team, the first thing was to recognize the need. If you want to establish a company, if you want to establish a business, you need to figure out what is the need, what kind of pain you are trying to cure, what's the question you try to answer. So for us was about all these food security problem, climate change happening. We're all hearing that by 2050, we need to feed and produce enough food for more than 9.8 billion. So that's a huge issue that we will face. And also agriculture is one of the major food industry that produce enough food for us, for animals, but we don't have enough land, right? Do we? We do need to improve efficacy of agriculture. What we are doing right now, we are taking a lot of nutrition and a lot of minerals and resources out of the soil, and we have to give it back to soil to make it reproducible, right? So what we are doing, we apply a lot of nutrient to the soil the way that 50% of that actually never get to the plant. So it run off to the groundwater pollution, or make nitrous oxide. Climate change happens through all of these greenhouse gas emission. So what should we do? The question, and we aim to solve this problem the way that the solution wasn't around if it was, right? So innovation is the next step. You find the goal, you find the problem, and then you need to come with a solution. The solution we aim ourselves to bring sustainability to crop nutrition in ag industry. What's the next step? After that, team up, make a trustable team that you guys all wanted to work with each other, trust each other, and share the journey. And then execution of your dream and your goal is the other one. And as soon as you plan and make the strategy how to want to, step by step, move forward, now a lot of doors are open for an entrepreneur. Okay, now you need to adapt with market, know the market. Now you need to know about the resources. How do you want to raise money? How much you are willing to sacrifice and invest on your company from your time, from your life. And but you will learn a lot. We learned a lot during all this year, a lot of failure, a lot of happy moment that, we found it. But since all these resources all around, I would recommend we just learn, we educate ourselves, we just don't blindly jump in the middle of something. We know what we want, and after that, we do the risk analysis. We learn about the industry that we want to get in. We need to know about the legal requirement of that industry, how you need to go. Market adaptation is another story. It's a big issue that when you invent something, you introduce that, how to introduce that, we made a product, in Lucent, we made a product. If our product is adapted with current machinery with the farmer or not, right? That's an issue. So you need to have a big view from beginning to end, and then a step back and a start. I think that's a good advice for all of us.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Farah. Raj, over to you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Farah. It's kind of the similar story with Pocket Pills as well. When I kind of look at the scalability or the starting a company, basically, 4 steps I look at. One is, what's the problem? Like, what problem we are solving? Do we have the right team for it? And do we have the technology? And the solution we're going to build, is that solution a scalable solution? Is there going to be a market for it? So I'm going to start with the problem, with the pocket pills, right? Pharmacy, we recognize that pharmacy hasn't changed in the last 100 years, right? It's been as is. Pharmacist kind of behind the counter dispensing the medications. And we decided we got to change the experience. How can we provide a frictionless, personalized, high-touch digital pharmacy experience to Canadians? That was the kind of goal for us. Think of a scenario, a mom managing, typically in a household, mom manages medications for everybody, right? A mom is managing medication for husband, for kids, let's see, allergy pills, asthma, and a couple of her own medications, right? It'll be really hard for her to manage medications, make sure all the refills are coming home, doctor's appointment. It's a really tedious job. And our goal was that what can we do at Pocket Pills to provide the power to the customer, so customer has the control to manage their medications. That's kind of what was the problem, and we decided to open the online pharmacy. Going back to the next topic of team. From my perspective, team is crucial for the success of any company, right? And startup is like a marathon with a sprint speed. It's a never-ending process, right? You continuously running, iterating, making changes to it. That's what you have to keep doing. And finding a right team is crucial in the early days because that is going to be the foundation for your company. So I really focus on the team. I really ask all the team members, understand what are the challenges and what are the things that we collectively going to achieve. Next is innovation and technology. That plays a crucial role again for the success of a company. And at Pocket Pills, in order for us to provide a frictionless pharmacy experience, the technology has to play a role. Typically, retail pharmacies, as I mentioned, it's been as is for the last 100 years. And what sort of technology do you need? How do you decide on the technology? And I'm going to just share an example that at Pocket Pills, we get roughly 50 to 60,000 text messages per month. Now you'll be asking, what are these text messages? What we wanted to do is that we wanted to provide control to the customer. So customer can place their medications through the app and talk to the pharmacist from the convenience of their home, and meds get delivered at home. So we want to provide the experience. And the one thing we identified is the communication is the key. You want to make sure that the patient is able to touch with pharmacist anytime. And hence we get these 50 to 60,000 text messages per month. At the early stage, there was a lot of challenges. How many team members you're going to put who are going to review these text messages and reply? And we decided to develop an AI and a machine learning system that can recognize all the escalations, negative sentiments, and any customer behavior related challenges. And with the help of that, the AI can predict and bubble these things up and give into different teams in order to improve the customer experience. So it's important that how do you kind of recognize, how do you build the technology? And the last part is scalability, which is huge. From my perspective, majority of the startups die at the scalability level because this is the most crucial where you're actually looking at the profitability, you're looking at the product market fit, you want to make sure that the company is growing and successful. There's a lot of steps you have to take care at this stage. You have to make sure right team, reporting structure, there's proper OKR structure, proper monthly and quarterly business reviews. So a lot goes on. You want to make sure that your startup, the tiny startup that was in a bunch of people working and trying to solve a problem is now turning into a well-oiled machine, and which is very hard. We're going through this process, and I can see that it's a tough job. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you both so much. It's interesting that two of you had sort of touched on a couple of themes that are kind of form a bit of a framework that we use in supporting the ventures we at UBC, which is team, tech, traction, and treasury. And we sort of talk about those 4 T's as a bit of a framework. So I appreciate that the sort of thinking around that is, to a degree, there's some of these common sense principles when we think about, kind of building businesses and whatnot. But we also hear a lot of go, 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 and an overnight success. And really, you can probably attest to, sure, an overnight success may be 10 years in the making. And oftentimes, it's that piece that people don't necessarily see. It can be very difficult in the beginning, and then we hear in the media especially all these stories about this phenomenal success and this major kind of gap, kind of in the middle. So my next question, I'm going to turn over to Sam to have you share some thoughts. And that is, focusing around when we're starting to build these new companies, what advice is actually helpful and what advice is potentially harmful? And how do we seek out the right type of supports that is going to help us calibrate the reality with that drive and passion to pursue our goals and objectives?
Thank you for this question. And since I'd like this to be more of a conversation with my peers, I think I can answer it by some notes in terms of how we're framing things. I guess I'll start with, we were on the front of the book. So I heard you talk about taking a step forward. How do you take a step forward, right? And I see your business as, actually, you said it also, you talked about how to push forward and then you described stepping back. And I thought that was really interesting because you didn't say to take a, you kind of got to your point where you're like, you really have to take a step back through what the constraints are, through what the community is, through what all these things are, before you can actually act or make a difference. And when I think about whether or not, food security and agriculture, perhaps a question that would be more taking a step back is what, rather than what can we improve, what can we ask more of from nature to be more effective? What I actually heard and see in your business is that you're trying to restore the balance to the soil, right? So you're actually trying to figure out what was there before, right? So your entire business is taking a step back and looking where there's missing balance. And it's not asking nature to be more effective, right? It's asking us to be more effective by seeing what was out of balance. And so that's sort of part of an answer to that question. And then for Raj, thank you. So you said, this interesting thing about 60,000 text messages from customers, right? Imagine if you said, and what you were trying to make a point about is communication is the key, right?
That is right, yeah.
And so imagine if you said, we get 60,000 communications from the people we serve.
That's right.
Right? So it's just a reframing. And you both said the same thing, right? You talked about some pretty important principles that are pretty ancient. But I think the issue is when you say 4 T's, right? Team, tech, traction, treasury. What I hear when you say team is community. What I hear when you say tech is tools. And what I hear when you say traction is receptiveness, right? And what I hear when you say treasury is captured energy. And so I think to answer your question, we have to reframe how we speak. And I think that the willingness to change how we speak is how quickly we'll move forward to solve the things that are most in crisis.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sam. Okay, I do want to turn there's so many things we could be discussing in our conversation today. I'm also happy for you to just popcorn out some other things that are inspiring you in our discussion. But I did want to kind of dig into one of the things that you brought up, Raj, and that was the importance of team, and you noted community. And maybe you could share with us, I'd love to hear from all 3 of you, but Raj, we'll start with you. What are some of the things that, in building that early team and in cultivating the culture within your organization, what are some of the lessons that, or experiences or thoughts that you would like to share with our audience today around that importance of the team building and community building?
Yeah, team building is, as in a pharmacist, I worked at the retail pharmacy. So my job was prescriptions coming, I count them, I pack them in a bottle and dispense, right? That's what pharmacist does. So it was quite a challenge for me how do you make sure that right attitude for the team? So first thing is the hiring process, right? What sort of the hiring process do you have? And how stringent and comprehensive is that? That's super important for team building, right? In early days, I used to interview every pharmacist at Pocket Pills. And it's not just to ask them, hey, do you know how to fill prescription, but to understand about attitude, collaboration, and are they going to be a team player? Those are the things. I always ask questions about, give me an example where you went out of your ways to help a customer. What did you do in a retail pharmacy? These are the signals that helps you to build a strong team. Next is collaboration. How do you provide a diverse collaboration platform for your team members? And just looking at Pocket Pills, we have a team of pharmacists, we have software engineers, and at Pocket Pills, pharmacist is working side by side an engineer. And what engineer is doing is helping solve pharmacist problems, because pharmacist is pretty much doing mundane tasks, same stuff every single day. How can we put technology to remove some of those tasks, some of those barriers, and then pharmacist can help with the disease management, help with the therapy of the medications, medication consultations. So providing the collaboration, a diverse collaboration environment is essential. And lastly, the use of the technology, right? What sort of technologies you're using and how do you able to scale those things? That's my perspective.
Awesome, thank you. Farah, if you'd like to share some insights on how your organization has approached kind of the team building and culture piece.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally agree. Team is one of the key factor in a company, and when you build it right and you and build the culture, it's hard to change it. So it's better to start properly. It's better to define the culture that you want to have in your company. And then like senior team members can kind of educate the young people who joined us. You don't want to make a company with lots of ego, without collaboration. Everyone make a silo for themselves and do individually the project. That maybe works for some educational, for example. Okay, I'm a professor, I can work because I come from university background, switch to industry. But when you work in an industry, everybody has the same goal, and it's company. So you all need to be oriented on that. So culture and diversity in the culture, bringing a lot of different experience, a lot of different thought and new brain, new thinking is quite important. The way that we do that, we provided like the basic of the culture should be, not to be. And then we get together, although there are many people work online, but we have occasion, all of us get together for some activity to get know and close with each other. And then when we keep video Zooming or video calling each other, at least in person, we have some interaction and we are close and friends with each other.
Awesome. So we've heard about collaboration. We've heard about keeping that connection. We've heard about kind of establishing some of the baseline principles in the very beginning. Mm-hmm. Sam, I'd love to hear from you some of the things that you've been doing to really build and cultivate your team.
I just had to let go of a bunch of people on my team that didn't align with my values. And
values alignment, very important.
You can't have culture if you don't have values that people will put skin in the game for. It does not exist. It's just a commodification of words. When you put skin in the game, people know who they're serving. They know what problem they're solving because they care about it. And so you have to imagine yourself in everyone else's shoes. We do work internally called persona work, where we all have to make our own personas as we come in to start work. And nobody has to-do lists. They have their scope that's associated with their contract, and that contract is sacred. And so we have very little management tools. We have accountability. And it's very refreshing now. We're getting a lot more done with a lot less. And I wake up and feel connected with the people I work with, because together we're all serving the greater vision through our values and practice.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I wanted to talk a little bit about, I think you've shared some really great insights in terms of how you think about the culture of your organization, values alignment being incredibly important. I know for UBC, we've been sort of going through some of our values work as well, because this is one of the ways in which you make a decision when things are challenging. How do you, where is that place you go to make those decisions? We also talk a lot about entrepreneurial thinking, because there are so many ways to make impact in the world. Entrepreneurship is one of those avenues, but it's not the only avenue. But I think that there's a lot in how we think about entrepreneurship that is more broadly applicable. And so from the smallest, project or challenge to the greatest. And so I was hoping that maybe each of you could share a moment when you were faced with an exceptional challenge and a little bit of the thinking or approach that you took to navigate through that challenge. Sam, if it's okay, I'd like to start with you.
I figured out a way to use pedestrian modeling software to create counter-programming for large festivals. I used to be a DJ and musical performer, producer. And as I was using this to help plan out how the flow would be the best between two stages, so that I was using fan data about who they liked, and then making assumptions about if they were this kind of a fan, maybe they'd drink more, maybe they'd go to the toilets more. And as I was using this pedestrian modeling software that was actually used for the planning of train stations, for the planning of a musical festival, to make it flow better, and to save them money on planning in person. The Vegas shooting happened, and I watched people get picked off like flies, climbing over fences and running back out the way that they came in, even though there was exits right beside them. And they did that because rather than be shown their exits, in order to prove they were a human and get a ticket to that event, they trained a Google AI on what traffic looks like, traffic lights look like, right? And what they could have done is shown those people where the exits were and asked them to tap where those exits are to prove they're a human. And that would be a pretty life-affirming thing to do if you invite people to gather. And so when I saw that happen, and I knew what it felt like to be on stage in front of those people and be in charge of how they feel, I knew that I was helping the wrong people. And I knew that I could do something about it. So I switched the perspective, the view in the game, in the simulation. And I started working on a CAPTCHA experience that would train the human mind on another option, not just going out the way they came in. And that was really hard to actually, go through the dark night of the soul of seeing people get shot, and knowing that you could do something about it.
For me, healthcare is complex and lacks innovation. We all know that. We all agree to that. And I think the biggest hurdle I see is the regulatory challenges and ambiguous policies. And because of that, it's really hard to build a healthcare company. And from the Pocketpill's perspective, as in a pharmacy, pharmacy is regulated by different regulatory bodies. So each province has different rules and regulations. For us to kind of open different pharmacies in the different provinces, we need to go through the step one by one, which was very challenging. And there was no way to kind of take a shortcut and say, hey, we have done this in BC and we can do this in Ontario. And it was quite a challenge. It took us 6 months to get a pharmacy license in BC, roughly 14 months in Manitoba. My hope was that in Manitoba it'll be faster, but that wasn't the case. And in Alberta, we still have, it's been 18 months and we yet to get the pharmacy license. So it's regulatory challenges and the policies is what kind of stopping the innovation from my perspective. And pharmacist itself, right, just like any healthcare professional, I would like to see pharmacists able to work from home, pharmacists able to work from somewhere else. They don't have to go to the pharmacy every single day. Some of those initiatives, and how do you come up with the policies where you are increasing the digital health adoption, where you have really old policies. If you're not ready to change those policies, it'll be really hard for the digital healthcare companies to innovate. That's it.
Thank you. Farah.
Interesting. So, I want to share another technical story that we had, and kind of share if we have to be resilient with what we are developing. It's not very straightforward, smooth way at all. So there are a lot of upside and down. And as you mentioned, it's just success is tip of the iceberg. There are a lot of failures that we usually don't talk about, right? So I want to know if there is any chemist in our audience here. Thank you. So
Oh, yeah, we've got
a few.
two chemists in the audience.
It's very dark, but yeah. So you probably confirmed that during the chemistry and during I was teaching and I learned the same way that when you go to the chemist, think about clean technology. And the technology that we invented at Lucent was we wanted to bind all those nutrients to cellulose, deliver to the soil, that stay in the soil. It doesn't wash off. It doesn't pollute groundwater. It doesn't tie up to soil, become non-bioavailable. It stays until plant can consume that. So you don't need to over-apply. You don't need to make a lot of pollution caused out of agriculture industry, right? So I said, okay, the technology that we develop should be water-based. No organic solvent, no pollution. Water is clean, is plenty, you can work that. This is what we talk and we teach. But in reality, after we finish in a lab scale and we send the technology, the portfolio to our pilot people, after a few weeks of production, they came back to say, Farah, what should we do with this much of wastewater? It's so expensive to deal with that, right? So it's not that easy. Okay, go back. Wastewater treatment, very expensive. To become the quality that you can even release that. Getting rid of all those waters, even more expensive. So we had to step back. That's a no-go way. We had to reinvent our technology. We had to do the research more and more to figure out no wastewater, no waste chemical, going through a process with zero waste chemical, zero waste water, and then we went back to the pilot scale. So there are a lot of these back and forth until you develop something scalable and sending to the market. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank all of you for your very, very, very thoughtful answers to my questions so far. And while I have many more, we have a lot that is now popped up on Slido. And I think, Sam, to your point, this really should be more about a conversation. So I am going to turn to one of our Slido questions here that's been upvoted, popular demand. So We focused so far on the solution push side of the solution adoption. How can the ecosystem help consumers and industry discover and pull for those new solutions? So what can we do as consumers?
Push back. Push back on all the crap. There's so much crap. There's so much of how, like, everybody here just, like, bless their hearts, but, like, we are using crap words to speak about what we do. And if you want to make a difference about it, you, the collective you need to ask tough questions. And I think the final question to the people on stage here should be, and to every entrepreneur you talk to today, have you thought about the harm you might cause in this solution? And have you sought outside counsel about what the harm might be that you don't see? And we're the outside counsel, right? Consumers? So be vigilant, push back, and then we can start having honest conversations. And we can start changing the way we speak to include you more. So this can be about mutual uplift and respect. Skszwx. I hope I'm saying it right. Skszwx. It's a Squamish word. It means mutual uplift. It also means if you go down, I go down. So we can't really talk about adopting solutions until we take accountability as consumers of these solutions. And entrepreneurs ask the question of harm outside of our group. We stop calling our team a team, assuming there's someone else that we're up against rather than our community. We stop saying networking. We say go build community, right? This is, like, to me, the most important thing. And I think that hopefully it answers some of that question.
Thank you. Raj, you look like you had something you wanted to contribute.
Yeah, everybody has a different perspective, and my perspective is that we should give power to consumer, as Sam mentioned, right? Consumer is the king. At the end of the day, they're the one that's going to be adopting the new technology, new services. So the more the feedback you can get from consumer, the better it is going to be. And that's how the adoption, the mass adoption of digital technologies will happen when everybody's trying and sharing their feedback.
Can you say customer instead of consumer, please?
Customers.
Okay. I'm going to make a little consumer cuss jar up at the front next time. Especially for the sake of the environment, which is why we're all here.
Absolutely. We spend a lot of time ourselves thinking about some of our word choices and how we can be, more inclusive. It's always an exercise of reflection. So always appreciate when that can be kind of brought to the surface.
Can I change one of those words from inclusive to share power?
Share power.
Great.
Thank you. Okay, so far, I'm going to next question I'm going to have you lead us off on. So before we think about accelerating adoption of solutions, how do we even know what the right solution is that we should be adopting in the first place? So that's probably the billion-dollar question, but we'll have you kick us off.
That is a billion-dollar question. That's quite important because we may come up with idea every second, right? Oh, what if it was like that? But how do we really understand that's the one we need to proceed to make a business, to go, if this solution is the right solution or not? To me, is about conversation and communication with a lot of people, with market evaluation, with customer, with networking. If the solution is about environment, you need to talk with a lot of people who are expert in this field, and you learn about the impact, the side effect. Our very first company that we started here, and then we deeper with, was about marine. How we can feed marine with iron that float on the surface, make a lot of phytoplankton, and then the phytoplankton capture the CO2, grow more, and then for salmon industry, when larvae are there, was it really the good solution, the right solution? Yeah, but was it mature enough to apply? No, we have no infrastructure for adding anything to the ocean. What would be the next step, So when you stay on this stage of solution, you have to step back, repivot. For agriculture, yes, you know what is happening. You know how pollution can impact our daily life these days, right? But when it's very hard to figure that out. But if I was the one, if the solution is for a specific area, I would go and learn a lot about that area to see if my solution is adaptable for that or not.
Awesome. Thank you. I know we don't have a lot of time left, so I'm going to bounce around a couple of questions here. And so, actually, Sam, I wanted to bring this question to you because you talked about the importance of, values alignment, but also that company culture. And I think this is a really interesting question that's been posed here. Like, company culture, is it like a top down, a bottom down, somewhere in the middle? What are your thoughts?
My thoughts are that you need to have skin in the game. You can't outsource sacrifice, right? That's sort of what we've done for the last 500 years, 600 years, and it's not great, right? And so I think if you're going to create values alignment, you have to really look at who has their skin in the game. Is somebody else, am I profiting at someone else's expense? Have I considered the other and not just myself? Entrepreneurship and the people that feed off of it is a gift of creativity, will, and grit to see your vision through. The only thing that's standing in your way is the entire world, and that's not an opposition. It can very much receive you with welcome and open arms, right? And so I think what I think personally for value alignment is to ask a lot of tough questions to your team and create conversation. Nothing top down is resilient. There is a span of control that our thinking minds can manage. And so you should think about, when you create your organization, the span of control as your ability to focus, and not how do I control everything, but how do I control my focus.
Awesome. Thank you. Raj, how many folks work for your company today?
Roughly 200.
Roughly 200. Was there like a certain inflection point where you sort of went from like 10 to 50, or what was sort of that kind of magic number? So that's sort of my question, part one of that question. And when that happened, did you need to think about like how were your values not being done? I mean, as founders in the early days, so much passion of what it is we're trying to build. Cut to an organization with 200 people, how do you keep the integrity of values and culture intact? So was there a turning point, and how did you kind of keep the values and culture intact?
Yeah, there was, and I believe that's kind of every company goes through that process. When you're like a 10 or 15 team members, it's easy to communicate, right? I can be part of majority of the meetings and talk about, as in a founder, what's my mission, what we wanted to achieve, and kind of instill those things into team members. But at the time around when you start getting 30, 40 team members, and from there you suddenly, oh, we are 120 people now. And you don't know what teams are doing. Like, do they really understand what we're building? So I think what we did at Pocket Pills, it took us around 3 months. So we did a top-down and bottom-up approach, asking every employee that what they're doing at Pocket Pill, what's their mission, and explaining these are the company missions, that's what we want to achieve. How do you relate to this mission? What sort of responsibility do you have to the company and to the customers? And that was a great exercise. It took us almost 3 months, as I mentioned, and after that we had a town hall, and where we talked about, we went through each and every value and aligned the goals. This is what we did at Pocket Pills, but I still feel that the hiring process is where it matters. Like when you're bringing a new person into the team, you have to make sure that the person is open-minded, they have the attitude, because the team has to be mission-driven, right? You're going after some crazy mission, people probably call you insane. You're not gonna do that. Like, for Pocketbill's perspective, right, as a pharmacist, when we started digital pharmacy, we are the first company to start digital pharmacy in 2018. There was no option for Canadians to fill online prescriptions that time. And when I went with this idea to a couple of my friends, hey, this is what I would like to do, and they were saying, are you crazy? This is not possible. How are you gonna provide consultation? How are you gonna do this and that? So you kind of bring the team members that they believe in your idea, they believe in the mission, and everybody's obsessed about the mission. That's how we instill the culture. And bringing the new team members, there has to be a very stringent hiring process. Otherwise, team is going to fall apart.
Awesome, thank you. Sadly, we are coming to the end of our discussion. I feel like we probably could be here all afternoon. There were some amazing questions that were asked in Slido. And so if our speakers are able to hang around a little bit on the other side, as I think we're going into lunch, I would encourage you to perhaps approach them directly with your questions. But again, I really want to thank all of you for, taking the time to be here today, being so thoughtful in your preparation, and I think really speaking from the heart, which is something that can sometimes get lost with, we're building our companies every day, where's the heart? So I felt that we had a lot of heart and soul in this discussion today. So thank you, Farah, Raj, and Sam, greatly appreciated. And
Hi, thank you so much. Can you guys hear me? Yes? Okay. And I'm just gonna get used to the clicker here. Perfect. So today I'm gonna be talking about the disparities in women's health and femtech. And just to give you guys a bit of background, as Michelle mentioned, my name is Lana. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Emma. It's a femtech company. It means bloody in Greek because I'm half Greek, and we thought it would be a punny way to talk about period pain, a very taboo subject. And I'll talk more about Emma later, but this is why we started Emma and how we got to where we are now. So despite women actually representing more than half of the population, the resources for us in the medical community are very low. There is a massive disparity between what is actually being done to help us with our health problems. But why is that? It's called the gender pain gap. The gender pain gap is when women, our pain, our health conditions, our diseases are ignored in favor for men. It's a systemic and gender bias that is at the heart of every issue in women's health. And as you can see some examples here, I'll go through them. So a study done by norepinephrine, which is a drug in the UK, actually put together a very consistent and very good gender pain gap index, where they interviewed their patients, thousands of patients, and here were the results. 56% of women found that their pain was not heard, versus 49% of men. This is correlated in a study in the UK that looked at two things. First, they had men and women go to an emergency room complaining of the exact same abdominal pain. And as you can see, women waited 65 minutes in the emergency room, men waited 49 minutes. Men were given an analgesic or painkiller for their pain. Women were given an antidepressant for theirs. This is the gender pain gap. But why is this happening? How did we get to this moment particularly? Well, through the knowledge and trust gap. So the knowledge gap, and this hasn't been developed by me, this idea of the knowledge and trust gap has actually been put together by Maya Dusenberry, who was the author of Feministing and Bitch Media. She wrote a book called Doing Harm, where she explored this idea based on her experience. And I'm using it here to describe it to you guys today. So this is not me coming up with anything original. The knowledge gap is when we don't understand women's diseases, health conditions, and the outcomes of that, because we've never studied it. We don't know. For example, with a pain like endometriosis is a severe problem 1 out of 10 women experience this. It's been listed in the UK as top 20 the most painful diseases in the world. And we don't know the cause. We can guess, but we actually have no science behind it at all. Same thing with PCOS, polycystic ovarian syndrome. 1 out of 10 women suffer from it, yet 50% of them don't show any signs or symptoms, and we have no idea why. There's a lack of research here that's not being done. We can't explain it. So how are we giving solutions to people like myself who have PCOS to manage our pain? Interestingly, 70% of women experience chronic pain, but 80% of studies are done on men and male mice. How does that make sense? It doesn't. And so, let me explain. This is crazy. Interestingly, as an example, when birth control was developed and becoming more popularized in the 90s and 2000s, what they realized is that there were severe side effects and drug interactions with birth control that they had never tested because it had been tested on men. So they had to pull most of the product off the market and test in women. This is the knowledge gap. We don't know anything. These are my two favorite, to be honest, of the knowledge gap. This happens in research. So as you can see, in 1986, they wanted to look at obesity and the effects on uterine and breast cancer. They tested all on men who didn't have a uterus. That's an issue. Another one, of course, heart disease. This is becoming more well known now. A famous doctor in the UK said, we know if a woman is having a heart attack because they show up dead. The signs are totally different for women than for men. And the study done that says to take a daily aspirin, all on men, no women. So we don't actually know if that's helpful for us or harmful. Next is the trust gap. There's a great quote from Maya Dusenberry from her book. But let's start off by when you go to a doctor, studies have said if you present as a woman in a clinic and say, I have pain, they tell you it's in your head. They associate it with psychological symptoms versus physical symptoms. Even if the tests are showing that there is something physically wrong, they still give you an antidepressant or an anti-anxiety medication, where men get analgesics. And I just wanted to point out here, because I have the opportunity, that Prozac is at the top there, but the bottom is Seraphim. They're the exact same drug. One was marketed for women, the pink and purple, and the other for men. They actually don't know the side effects for Prozac in women, and they're only now doing those studies. So if doctors aren't trusting us to tell them what's wrong, and they don't know, how are we finding solutions then? How do we know what works for us and what doesn't, especially when it comes to pain? And so we take a look at the research. What has been going on? What leaps are we making, and where can we fill in gaps, especially as female founders? Well, in 1993, it was the first time that women and minorities could participate in clinical trials with the FDA and NIH. Canada came in 1997 to do that. Then we have in 1997 to 2001 where they pulled 80% of drugs because women were having side effects to normal everyday medication that previously no one cared about until we started looking. And then finally, my favorite one, there's been 5 times more funding for erectile dysfunction than PMS, something that over 90% of women experience every single month. Think about that. How much more money do we need to study one blue pill? But we know nothing of PMS, something that's so debilitating that people have suicidal ideations called PMDD related to PMS. What's shocking is that even though women and minorities are allowed in clinical trials now, they don't need to report the research. Meaning, if we participate in these trials, we don't need to look at gender. We're still invisible, so we don't know side effects of major drugs like Ambien. So what about endometriosis, PCOS, fibroid cysts, things that happen to women or people who are born with a uterus? What about those? Well, period pain isn't normal. And as I mentioned, 1 out of 10 women experience PCOS and endometriosis, severe debilitating diseases that can make you infertile that are lifelong. For PCOS, they tell you to lose weight and to go on anti-anxiety drugs. For endometriosis, a lot of patients are sectioned because the pain is that bad and not believed. Period pain can be equivalent to a heart attack, and yet we're still not believing women and their pain. And so the only 3 current treatment options that we've offered, that we've studied, and by the way, NSAIDs have not been studied for period pain, okay, so if you're taking an Advil, they actually don't know, are NSAIDs, hormonal contraceptives, and opioids. And yet, interestingly, 30% of women and people who menstruate do not respond to Advil for their period pain, but it is the #1 prescribed and recommended thing by doctors. So why aren't there alternative solutions to this? How have we not dug into the research to look for more? Just some more on period pain and endometriosis. And what this causes too, and I think the women in the room and the men who have wives and daughters that suffer understand this causes a low quality of life. This means a job loss. This means a loss of a social circle, a loss of economics, a loss of a partner. This is whole impacting. It's a whole body problem, not just one aspect of our lives once a month. This affects us the whole time. And now to touch on something that I think most people forget is that race and socioeconomic status majorly play into this. So the New England Journal reported that there is a health crisis and racism crisis in the system right now. Women are not, Black women especially, are not given pain medication when they go in to see a physician. I'm on the board of a nonprofit called Peach Corps in New York. We specialize in endometriosis, PCOS, adenomyosis, pain, pelvic pain. And the founder on that has been sectioned multiple times going into an emergency room trying to get drugs for her pain to be managed because she's Black. And that's the reality if you're BIPOC. And that's exactly what the studies say. So it's even harder if you're not a white woman or a man. And so where does that leave us? What can we do? Well, there's femtech. And that's where we can come up and fill these gaps. We know that this is happening, so we can do something about it. But 4% of research is only done on women's health. And last year, Bayer cut their funding for women's health. In a way, this is shocking and awful. But in another way, this is great. This gives us an opportunity to create a narrative that people like who run Bayer, who are men, don't. We can see the gaps and start to create something new. But only 2% of femtech founders are funded. 2%. 98%, the rest are all men. But we've been lucky at Emma. We've had the backing of IndieBio New York, who saw something in us. And just to give you an idea, we're not an easy company to deal with. We have a patent-pending formulation in cannabinoids, okay, cannabis, which is a Schedule I drug equivalent to heroin right now. And when I asked Steve, who's the managing director of IndieBio, why he took us on, why he invested in us, it's because he has 3 daughters who have period pain. And he can see and understand that need specifically. Have we gotten funding since then? Not really. It's been a tough gig. And he's pissed about it. He told me to come here and rage about how it's not going. Even femtech VCs do not want to invest in femtech because the landscape is unknown. We have to do all of the research. We have to fund for that research, and that makes it really difficult. Who wants to pay for that? There are people, though. So one way that we've gone about this, and I know this is extremely controversial, and you don't need to agree or disagree with me, and that's fine, but we started the paid period leave petition as a form of advocacy to have our voices heard and to create some education around period pain. Do I think this will go through the House of Commons? It's being tabled next week. I don't know. But it gives us an opportunity to talk about solutions and options out there and educate ourselves and our employers and our partners and husbands and fathers about what we experience. And so to close, If you are a person who experiences period pain or any type of pelvic pain, know a few things. You know your body like nobody else. Doctors are human beings. They're going to make mistakes. They're not going to understand. That's okay. There are groups online that can help you build community, which allow you to innovate. Once you tap into those communities, you can hear what's missing and start to think of ideas as to how to connect the dots. And finally, womanhood should not be synonymous with pain. It's not normal. And that's it. Thank you.
Welcome, everybody. I'm super thrilled to be hosting or moderating this panel session. As Michelle said, we're going to be covering some big, hairy questions around building a world-class ecosystem to address the climate and human health crisis. Before we jump into it, however, I'd like to invite our panelists to spend 2 or 3 minutes and just introduce themselves and their organizations, and we'll kick off. Maybe we'll start with Todd.
Perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to be here with fellow panelists, as well as the audience. I'm really looking forward to our dialogue as we get going. My name is Todd Sayers. I'm with the BC Centre for Innovation and Clean Energy. CICE, or CICE, CICE is a unique, it's formed by private and public dollars, so industry and government coming together to really scale early stage climate solutions and clean energy solutions. And we do that across 4 strategic areas: low carbon hydrogen solutions, battery and energy storage, carbon management overall, which is really needed, as well as low carbon fuels. So we have a theory of change where we have a small amount of resources, but we really use that to attract a conversation, and working with academia and industry and government and other experts to really define the problem, what is needed. And that's one of the conversations I want to come back to today, on our ability to really get to results faster, is to make sure we're all aiming at where the need is. And then we provide, and we like to lead that financing, that non-dilutive financing, really early stage, to help scale some of those solutions. And so we can be candidates for Leah when she introduces herself. In fact, we are going to help the entrepreneurship programs at UBC, UBCO, UVic, SFU, and UNBC coming up in the next few months to really advance student entrepreneurs' ideas in the climate space as well, to unlock innovation in that space. So that's a little bit about CICE, but yeah, I'll talk a little bit more about what we do as we get into the panel discussions. But great to be here, and look forward to the two-way conversation. Thanks, Sean.
Fantastic. Ali, over to you. And I guess you've got 2 different organizations you can speak to.
Sure. Well, today, as my capacity, first of all, thank you for having me here. And great to be amongst a fantastic audience. My name is Ali Ardekani, and I'm the chair of Life Sciences BC, which is actually by the number of members, Canada's largest life science organization. We have a membership of over 300 organizations, which include universities, academic institutions, research institutions, hospitals, as well as biotech and pharmaceutical companies, medical devices, digital health, and service providers. And our vision is to enable innovation by bringing all of these key players together. I also run a small fund and an advisory company called Novator Ventures. My background is I've worked both in biotech and medical devices over the last 20 years, been an operator, founder, and been through a number of journeys, which I'm looking forward to sharing with you today, and giving you some of our perspective on how innovation in climate and innovation in healthcare impact each other.
Thanks, Ali. And last but not least, Leah.
Hi, everyone. Echoing their comments, really happy to be here today. The light is a little bit blinding, so hard to see everyone in the crowd, but great to have you all here as well. So I'm the Chief Investment Officer for InBC. We're a provincial crown corporation, so what that means is we're taxpayer funded, and we're a $500 million investment fund. where our goal is to invest with a triple bottom line mandate of people, planet, and profit. So if you like to read legislation, there's an act, the NBC Investment Act, and it actually spells out that we are to invest to drive financial returns as well as social, environmental, and economic benefits for the province. And so how we've interpreted that is 4 key impact objectives that we look to invest across. So driving climate action, advancing reconciliation, innovating for the future, and enabling inclusive communities. And what that means is we really want to help invest in companies and opportunities that will help to address these challenges for BC and for the world. And how do we help to scale and provide the capital that they need in order to grow it and drive and tackle these solutions. So we're an investment fund, and what I love here is that we have different parts of the ecosystem really coming together to talk about how, as a collective, we can help build this innovation system, because it's not just about one player or one person doing it. It really is a whole village to make that happen.
Wonderful. Thanks, Leah. And for the audience, this is an unscripted conversation. We met last week and talked about the panel. There was a lot of energy in the call that we had. It's unscripted. I haven't provided the panelists with a list of questions. We want this to be really interactive. We want this to involve you and have your questions being posed to the panel. We can guess at what you'd like to hear about and the questions you'd like to ask, but please populate Slido with those questions because we want to make it as interactive and make it more of a conversation. So with that, maybe let me kick off. As Michelle noted, the topic or the title of the panel is Building a World-Class Ecosystem to Address the Climate and Human Health Crises. So I'm going to ask a really big question. Is our ecosystem, we do have a long history of producing both successful global leaders and companies in human health and in clean tech. But I want to ask our panelists, is our ecosystem really ready to sustain BC as a global hub for innovation? If so, why do you think that is? And if not, tell us why you think that might be. And I'm going to open up the floor. Would someone like to kick off the conversation?
Sure, I'll kick it off. I would say yes, but.
Very Canadian answer.
Right?
Yep.
Exactly.
Just don't say sorry.
Well, it's coming up. I think there's all the ingredients are there. There's always more than we could do. And so that's kind of the perspective that I bring to it. I've kind of been in this space for about 5 months now, so I do have a new perspective, and I'm learning today on my blind spots as well. But I think the skill of innovating and building that into part of our life's work and part of education. It's interesting when you engage with climate tech entrepreneurs in BC. You know, when people have ideas or have started companies, it's like their 5th idea or iteration. And that to me says there's a lot of health in this ecosystem. And the network is actually small, and that's why it's so important for places like CICE to support that early stage company, as even though technology may be proven, may be tested, may not commercially scale initially, we know we're seeding the ground for future innovation that's absolutely needed. So I do think that part of the but is there's more we can do as an ecosystem together to figure out where do we lead and where do we participate. So there are so many people in the ecosystem. I think there's more, and even engagements like this. I haven't met Leah and Ali before. How else can we understand what each of us is good at, and what else we're planning to do to figure out how we can collaborate to have more impact. That's including with universities, governments. I think that's an expectation everyone has of us, and it's an expectation we should have of each other to continue to do more in that space. So that's my, no sorries, but that's my Canadian answer yet.
Fantastic.
I think that's a really good perspective. I'm going to be a little bit contrarian. I don't think we are as ready as we think, and it has nothing to do with British Columbia. Actually, British Columbia has a lot of fantastic elements. I think the way we reward ventures, whether it's a new startup in healthcare or climate, it's crisis-driven. So think about it. Right now, if I can tell you something if I tell you that I've got this innovation that can prevent you getting cancer, it's very difficult to get it funded because it's very difficult to prove. But if I can come and tell you that I've got this potentially new cancer drug that can extend your life at your terminal stage by 3 months, that drug is going to get funded and sells $1 billion. So that's it. Unfortunately, and the same thing with healthcare. You know, we've got climate crisis, and now we're looking at reducing carbon emissions or carbon capturing technologies. Whereas, can we start changing that dynamic or changing our view to look at how can we come up with ventures and ideas and actually rewarding those ideas where we can actually address them before we actually addressing crisis and acute points. The other thing is we work in silos. You know, you've got climate experts looking at climate from one angle. You've got health experts or health innovation experts, and I can say, I don't know much about climate, but they're completely interrelated. And how we treat our climate is going to impact our healthcare, and the other way around. So we need more interdisciplinary groups that come together and innovations that address multiple things. You know, think about it. Our economy is rated on GDP, gross domestic product, which is a completely outdated thing. It doesn't include healthcare, happiness, mental health, climate, all these things that are impacting everything else. I think we need more interdisciplinary ventures and a reward system for those so that we can bring them all together.
Yeah, so I'll be middle of the road on both sides here in
So
the sense
Canadian.
that I think
Also very Canadian.
I'm also a middle child, so I think it just resonates, like very much so being in the middle here. Is I think they're both good points, right? Like I think, you know, we have a lot of the pieces in place to enable us to be world class, and we still need to assemble them in the most optimal way, right? Like I think, you know, from a talent perspective, you know, we have world-class research facilities and institutions. We have so much great talent. Capital is something, you know, we're here to help build and further contribute. But we need all of these things coming together and working together, right? And I think, how do we take those ideas that are world-class but need that extra help to commercialize and scale, you know, at the spectrum that Todd's talking about. But how do we also think about the intersectionality and interdependency of those things, right? So I loved having Lana talk about that because, you know, the things that get funded aren't always the things that need to be funded. Not to say ED doesn't need to be funded, you know, but I think equally we need to think about what are other solutions that need to be funded, right? And that's why, you know, when we think about our mandate, it is how do we make sure we're seeing all these dots connecting and bringing them together? And then how do we help entrepreneurs and researchers and innovators navigate that pathway? Because it's hard if you don't come from this world and you think about all the lingo and jargon and speak, right? Like we as a whole innovation ecosystem are still quite nascent and early in our journey relative to a Silicon Valley or other more mature markets, right? And so how do we break down these silos? How do we come together in a more meaningful way? So for example, yesterday, the Capital Compass for BC was announced and released. So that's in collaboration with Innovate BC, InBC, Pacifican, and New Ventures BC. But this tool that's meant to help entrepreneurs better understand what are the options out there, how do I figure out what I need, and also what are the dilutive and non-dilutive options that exist. Because, you know, venture capital isn't necessarily what you need at all times, but people don't know that because when you hear in the media and these mega funding rounds and all the things, sometimes that's what people think they need, but that might not always be depending on what stage of growth you're at.
Wonderful. Fantastic. That was really insightful from the three of you. Thank you very much. I actually heard some themes, some commonality across the three answers, although the answers were across the spectrum. So we've got the ecosystem is ready, yes, but we've got some elements. Ali's saying no, the incentive system is potentially broken, or it's not broken, but it doesn't favor breaking down silos and I guess viewing the long game. So that's and then of course we've got InBC, which has a novel mandate from the government and doesn't function necessarily like a traditional venture capital funder. So I'd like to pull at that a little more, or tug at that a little more. So what needs to change in the way we approach how we measure success? from a funding perspective or a resource perspective, where the traditional venture funding approach is, needing an exit in 5 to 7 years and so on and so forth. What needs to change?
Can I go first?
Absolutely.
I have lots of thoughts on this. So, I mean, a big part of it is when we think about, just going back to like Econ 101 or Economics 101, right? Like you talk about externalities, right? And a lot of how the reward systems are based right now are just on the financial benefits. They're not taking into account the externalities, whether they're positive or negative, right? And that's a huge part of the challenges we're facing today is we aren't taking those into account in terms of, how we're rewarding people, how we're placing valuations and things like that. And so there's a whole school of thought around impact investing. So how do you think about embedding not just the financial elements, but also the social, environmental, or other impact and outcomes that you're trying to drive so that you can have a more holistic way of looking at that. So, for example, with our investments, yes, we look at financial returns, but we also look at, if you're going to be something driving climate action, how are you meaningfully making an impact in terms of greenhouse gas emissions or waste reduction, right? If you are elevating inclusive communities, right? How are you truly solving problems for communities that historically have not had the same access to capital or investment, right? And how is that baked into the core of your business model? And I think there's this panel later today that Kukai and a few of the other impact investors are on that talks about that. So highly encourage, if you want to understand a bit more about that, to join that panel, because that's what they're dedicated to speaking about. But it's really about how do you price in all of these externalities, whether they're negative or positive, so that when you're looking at it, you're looking at the long-term view of it, not just the short-term immediate financial aspect of it, because that's going to reward the longer-term behavior in terms of how you think about building your business if you're an entrepreneur, right? If your board and your investors only care about the focus on getting sales, that's going to drive a different mentality than if they're thinking about, okay, your sales have to tie back to your core mission, which is reducing greenhouse gas emissions in a meaningful way. Right? That changes how you think about building your business and how you orient, how you operate, how you go to market, how you build your team culture, how you hire, all of those things all tie together.
Fantastic. Something I want to come back to in what you just said, but I wanted to talk to Todd or Ali.
Yeah,
Anything to add there?
Exactly. That's incentives. So think about it. Incentives come two ways for you to create a new venture, right? One is market incentives. So you build something and people will buy it. So Tesla took care of that, right? Tesla took advantage of saying, I'm going to create a business around being electric cars. But governments boosted that incentive or actually advocated that incentive by adding all sorts of rebates. And we saw when Premier Ford took away the rebates in electric cars, their sales went down. So government plays a key role in policy. And we need more dialogue with different government stakeholders around, whether it's provincial, federal, and US, because government's policies impact business. So I love what you said, because a lot of times as an investor, we don't look at, we have our own stakeholders that look at that ROI. But if there are other, incentives where policies can impact how something is measured, it's more than that ROI or IRR on a number and on a balance sheet. It's actually the impact of how does this impact healthcare and climate. If you're looking at a technology that can only impact climate but doesn't have the angle of healthcare or the other way around, I think that's a problem. You need to see if you can actually look at a number of different angles and incentivize those.
Yeah, just to echo what my panelists, I completely agree. I think, so I'm kind of wired to, well, what can we do? What is the next step? What's the action? And from, you're right, aligning the decisions and reconstructing capitalism is, we're not going to get there immediately, and this is the challenge that industry struggles with too in clean tech solutions. But at the most rudimentary level, it's being aware of your blind spots and making sure you're bringing those perspectives into your early decision making, right? I just learned about femtech today, right? Until you know about what your blind spots are. So you need to be able to ask the question as you're going through developing companies and ideas, what am I missing? How much is confirmation bias kind of clouding my own, because I have so much passion and I've been attached to this idea. And then it's getting challenged from, socializing it and having those venues. So I think, what can I do? Getting the right perspectives. What can CIC, the Center for Innovation and Clean Energy, do? convening these thought sessions, right, of bringing people together. So we have, amongst our themes, we use intelligence to define what we think the problems are, and then we convene people, experts in different areas, and Chatham House rules, this is what we think the problem is. What are the perspectives we're missing? That, to me, can even make a step change in starting to align the incentives around how we're designing the decision process. But
and maybe to jump in before you
absolutely.
move to your next question.
Keep going.
I think your point, Todd, I think really speaks to the importance of having different people at the table and having that conversation and understanding, okay, what are those potential blind spots, right? So I know, in some ways, DEI feels like it's just a woke tool, but the reality is when you have different people with different lived experiences coming together to, talk through challenges, it really opens your eyes to what's actually there versus just your own biases, right? Like I remember talking to another investor about a company that was a BIPOC founder, and they were having trouble finding $25,000, and the other investor was like, why don't they just ask their friends and family? And my parents were refugee immigrants, right? I'm like, not everyone has friends and family that can loan you $25,000. That's kind of a reality, right? But and it was no malice on that person's part. That was just not the reality that they lived, right? And so it's so key as we're talking about this and having the interdisciplinary conversations, as Ali was saying, is you have to surround yourself with people not just who look different than you, but have different life experiences or think differently than you, because it allows you to actually see those blind spots in a meaningful way.
Wonderful. Todd,
and that is what BC has. BC has those perspectives, right? And so you talk about the secret sauce of an ecosystem. That's been my experience. It's amazing. We just have to have time to get out and understand them more. But those ingredients are here.
I completely agree. Absolutely. I'm going to come back to the question around diversity and inclusivity because it's near and dear to our hearts at entrepreneurship at UBC. I want to just go back to some of the conversation we were having around policy and policy influencers. In the organizations that you're involved in, you've got access to big industry, to funders and other members of Life Sciences BC, for example, and of course, venture capital as well as government. So what are you hearing from those constituents? Are they asking, what am I trying to say? Are they, what sort of policy direction or what direction are they asking for on policies that would potentially influence the strength or the building of the ecosystem?
I can speak to that maybe first. So it's very interesting because I would say until before COVID, we had a hard time communicating what life sciences is to the provincial government. Actually, they didn't know what is life sciences. How do you define it? Is it ag bio? Is it environmental? Is it new therapeutics? And it actually was COVID that really highlighted what is it that we do. All these people in white labs and in venture funds investing, and the RNA technology that Peter Cullis has been developing started 40 years ago, and it struggled in many different iterations, and it really took a crisis for different stakeholders to understand. I mean, not everybody knew what RNA is. Now everybody knows it. Anybody who took the vaccine knows what an mRNA is, because that was part of the innovation that came out of UBC. So a big part of policy is education. You need the government and other stakeholders to understand what you do and appreciate it. And once that got going, we started seeing collaboration amongst Life Sciences BC and 3 different ministries in provincial government, something that I've personally hadn't seen. I mean, I joined the board in 2017, last 6 years. Unbelievable. And they've been able to enable funding in biomanufacturing, talent, education, and all sorts of other things, and open dialogue. In fact, the collaboration was so significant that we gave an award in our reception a couple of weeks ago for Partner of the Year. So to me, if you want your stakeholders to understand, it just takes tremendous amount of education so they actually understand your impact. But I can also say they saw the monetary impact. I think when AbCellera started selling COVID drugs, they actually realized that this is not some big pit in a hole that you just keep funding and these companies don't make money forever. There's actually revenue and there's job created, and these are high-paying jobs, and it's going to impact and put us on the map.
Wonderful. Anything to add, Todd or Leah?
Yeah, I mean, we were created from policy. Like, that was our origin story, right? And it was because, during the pandemic, there was this need that the government saw, and how do we build back the economy, but also build it back in a way that allows us to be stronger, more resilient, and take into account all those things around, the crises that you talk about in terms of health, but environmental crises that have really coalesced over the last few decades, right? And so this is our chance to be able to, translate that policy into something, into industry and into venture capital in order to fuel those, right? And it really is that partnership between public and private that allows us to grow our ecosystem in a meaningful way.
Yeah, and just to add on that, so our experience, so the provincial government is one of our 3 founding members, part of, also created during COVID, part of it was to also build back and help implement Clean BC and a lot of the goals around that. We're not specifically a policy shop, but because we're prone to action in that early funnel activity, we have a lot of valid data points to help inform policy across, a number of ministries. And so we offer those up as like, here are the roadblocks for scaling certain solutions or certain industries in BC so that people can act on it, right? But there's definitely I think the energy is there for everyone involved to figure out how we can remove barriers. And part of that is us understanding what pieces of information we can contribute to those conversations, because they're ready to be had, and we just need to make sure we show up with some of the most tangible ones that are evidence-based that people can act on.
Love it. Fantastic. So that leads really nicely into diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I don't think anyone disputes the fact that the numbers are there to show that better and more optimal outcomes occur with diversity and inclusivity. Traditionally, startup ecosystems have been built on white male affluence, and they perpetuate white male affluence largely. And so I'm really interested in understanding how we ensure, as a pillar of a successful startup ecosystem, how do we ensure inclusivity and diversity within our ecosystem? And certainly, as Todd notes, the elements are all there. We live in BC, which is an incredibly diverse population. So how do we ensure that?
I'll go back to actions and behaviors that hold it up. And as leaders, and all of us as leaders in life and our own respective, it's to highlight where that's successful. So one of my fundamental beliefs is in the power of teams. I had probably about a decade ago in postgraduate work, it was it was all around high performing teams. And when you understand that the more perspectives you have, the outcome is always better than your individual perspective, it is mind-blowing, but it is true. And so it is inviting all of those perspectives in and understanding how, and being vulnerable to that existing, because there is a piece about that too. It's being aware that, and why I'm anxious to hear what the audience has to say, we don't have all the answers, but it's totally acceptable to say, this is my perspective, this is what I know, like what else am I missing, how can you help frame that? That's where leadership in this space and in these ecosystems needs to happen from my perspective.
I think it's more than just leadership. I think it needs to be mandated. I'll tell you, it's very difficult to just ask people to do it, because I think it wasn't until a couple of years ago where there was just this, stark realization that, at least in healthcare, I can speak to healthcare, 80% are white men, but they're developing over 65% or 70% of products are developed for women. And you think about that across, and you saw the statistics, which is perfect with Emma's presentation up there. The clinical trials are done on men, leadership is on men, boards were men, and you're developing product for women. And you go out there and you say, well, I want to have a diversified board. The first thing is, you're looking for those. It's not like they're lined up. It's just they haven't had the opportunity to come up and become a leader. And it's always, well, I want to do the right thing for my shareholders and my company. Well, okay, so how are you going to give that? It's like the guy who doesn't have a job experience, and you're like, well, I can't give you a job because you don't have experience. How is she going to ever get the opportunity to get on that board? So if it's mandated like California has, and I think that's really changed our industry now, that you need to have at least so many female, and you're rewarded somehow, I don't know, whatever we can come up with, to have diversity and inclusion. Otherwise, it's just not going to happen by itself.
I have lots of thoughts on this, but I think, in terms of what's actionable and what's realistic, I think first off, it's recognizing it's not about doing something at the expense of someone else, i.e. the white men, in order to enable more diversity, right? And I think that's the uncomfortable part for a lot of people, because it feels like, oh, but if we're gonna mandate this, then that means that I won't get my seat at the table anymore. I guess you guys won't get your seats at the table anymore, right? And that's uncomfortable, and it's not necessarily to say take away from your respective strengths, but it's how do you create more seats at the table? I think that's the best way to think about it, right? Because I think the initial reaction or controversy that comes up around these DEI conversations is that it's this immediate but if you're going to give to them, that's taking away from me, right? And that creates a bad dynamic in trying to actually address the real problem or challenge, which is we want everyone to be more successful and more seats at the table, right? So I think that's first just acknowledging, because there's always going to be that initial reaction, right? And the reality is diversity is going to look different in different communities. Our mandate is how do we get dollars flowing to all parts of the province, and the reality of the demographic makeup here versus in the Kootenays versus in up north are going to be different. So, is it fair or appropriate that we expect that everyone has the same level of diversity everywhere uniformly? No, and I think that should still be okay. But I think what's really helpful and tangible is being able to collect the data, right? And there's also a lot of people pushing back on that's privacy, all these things. And you can anonymize. Obviously, if you're much smaller of an organization, it's a lot harder to do that. But at an aggregate, how do you anonymize? Because ultimately, without the data, you don't have insights as to where the problems or challenges are, right? Or if there are even challenges or problems is probably a better way to frame it, right? But if you don't know, you're only making assumptions, and then it becomes a slippery slope of, well, there's no facts behind that, how can we do anything to move the needle? Visibly, we can see on the stage what we look like, but how do you transpose that to all the organizations? And how do you action that, right? So, for example, as investors, the BDC rolled out 2 years ago now a DEI survey that all of the funds they invest in and the companies they invest in help to fill out, just so that we get a sense of what it is, right? We hear it's bad, but how do you know if you don't have the data? And there was a lot of pushback when that was originally released because, for all the reasons of companies are small, people felt uncomfortable, and quite frankly, some people just felt bad because they knew their statistics were terrible and they didn't want to report on that, right? But if you can step back and think about the data is just data. It's not to cast judgment. It's just to inform. Okay, what are we starting with, and then figure out what the challenges are, right? Is it we need to build more of a funnel that helps create more talent that will be ready, right? Do we need to create a training program? Do we have to think about other ways? Are we just not looking in the right places for entrepreneurs, right? Because if we're just relying on our own networks and over time they get homogenous, maybe we're not finding those entrepreneurs that are outside of our core network, right? And then, as employers, one of the other tactical things you can think about is as you hire and design your recruiting, how do you reduce the barriers there, right? I think there was a Harvard study that said, if there's a job description, 10 items, if a man has 3 of those 10 items, he's like, yes, I can get the job. And if a woman sees that she has 7 or 8 of those items, she's like, ugh, I'm not sure, right? So how do you change that and encourage more folks to, especially women or even visible minorities, to take that leap, right, to do that? But even salary transparency, that's another thing California has done, right, is mandated to do that because it levels the playing field, right? So when we were recruiting, we did that, right? I refused coffee chats, and what we did instead was we did info sessions. So that way, one, I could scale my time because I can't do 100 coffee chats, but 2, it allows everyone who doesn't already know me or a friend of mine to have the same access to that information, right? So there's really tactical things that, each of us can do. It doesn't have to be the big, okay, I must now convert my board or my staff to exactly this ratio. But there's things that you can do to move on that path, because everyone's starting at a different point, and that's okay. As long as you're starting and you have the intention to improve on that, then I think that's the key.
So Leah, I agree with you. I think but it requires tremendous amount of education, yes, and also really bring it to light, actually highlighting a problem, because if people don't know about it, they just won't be incentivized to do it. But I also think if there is an incentive to create more diversity, that's actually quite helpful.
Well, the incentive is ultimately better performance, right? But I think that's the real incentive, but people get distracted and think that it's just lip service, and as long as I look like a Benetton, United Colors of Benetton ad, then I'm okay, right? And that's not the core, because actually it does a disservice if you're putting people there who aren't qualified, right? And it's not to say that they're not qualified, but sometimes there's that knee-jerk reaction of like, oh, I'm trying to do this, right? So the real long-term solution, if you're really bought in, is that these people will all bring different perspectives and experiences to help with those blind spots, right? That's the goal you should be working towards, not just filling the checkbox for the sake of it, right?
Wonderful.
I mean,
Sorry, Todd. Go ahead.
Really actionable. So I agree. There's a space for everything. I think there is a space for mandates to get things going faster, but it is a diversity of experience and perspective, and it might not be the most traditional ways where traditionally people have gotten to those places. So it's to figure out how you do advance people with the different perspectives to get at the table you need them at, right? And you're not going to have all the answers. So sometimes you need other people to hold it up and say, you're missing something here, right? Oh, you're right, exactly. And
You know, when we go fundraising now, I've noticed investors actually comment on it. We really like your diversified management. And I can say in Life Sciences BC, we've actually are trying to be a lot more, have a lot more EDI in our board, at least the last few years I've been joining, trying to have more women in minor, because it is, their input does make a big difference. It needs to represent who we are as a society.
Thank you. Wonderful. I'm going to shift gears a little bit. I wanted to go back to something, a point that Ali made around how we mobilized for the COVID crisis. And as a counterpoint, I want to touch on the opioid crisis, which we've had for 7 or 8 years at least. And it's such it's obviously a terrible crisis that we're experiencing both locally as well as across other communities in North America and other parts of the world. But why do we still have an opioid crisis, which is a human health crisis as well as a social justice crisis? So we faced COVID head on and mobilized enormous resources worldwide. Why do we still have an opioid crisis in our midst?
Well, I wish I was more prepared for this question. No, well, I mean, if you look at the historic, it has to do with the way we're developing new therapeutics or drugs. I don't know if you guys remember, about 20 years ago, there was a new drug developed by Merck called Vioxx. It was a COX-2 inhibitor, pretty powerful, it worked. But they found out that once the drug rolled out and millions of people used it, in fact, I used it a couple of times, it wasn't addictive. A few people had cardiovascular issues. Merck pulled back that drug. We actually don't have that many new mechanisms of action for pain drugs. To develop a new pain drug is expensive because what they call 50% of pain is psychosomatic. So you have to do a large enough trial for your p-value to be small enough to say, okay, is this psychological, is real pain, and so on and so forth. Unfortunately, the way medicine has fast forward 20 years, we're now doing drugs based on specific biomarkers that we really have a good understanding, and we target very specific patients. So 20 years ago, when I started my career, they were all small molecules, and small molecules are cheap to make and they target many things. 4 of those top 10 best-selling drugs 20 years ago were in depression and pain. Today, and the top 10 best-selling drugs in the world targeted about 10% of global population. Fast forward to today, 7 or 8 of these drugs are now large molecules and they target very specific things in your body. And they target less than 1% of the global population, but they make 10 times of what they did of those 10 best-selling drugs. So part of it is there hasn't been an advance in innovation in pain. And unfortunately, You guys have seen The Pharmacist. I don't know if you've seen it on Netflix. Bunch of people at Purdue took advantage of it. And that's the problem. But I think the other part of opioid issue is that we have a massive problem in our society with mental health that we're not talking about. It's very difficult to address. I'll share with you all, I have a close family member that has a mental health issue, and it is highly stigmatized. So if I have cancer, I'll have loved ones come to me, and I want to get the best cancer treatment. Someone who has a mental health issue, a lot of times they don't realize they have a mental health issue. They don't want help, and they get isolated. So for opioid crisis, I think we need, treatments that are not addictive, like opioid is. We need better control, but also it's a massive mental health issue that our society needs to tackle on head on.
I'll build off of what you said, because I agree, the stigmatization of it is a huge barrier for folks who are suffering to be able to get treatment and support. And then I think on top of that is our system, like our healthcare system is not, in the US, is not set up to support people with these solutions, right? So when I was at TELUS Pollinator Fund, we actually invested in a company called pocket naloxone. So they're trying to bring a lower cost, easier to use form of naloxone that will be over the counter, so much easier to access, and wouldn't require an injection, right? But the barriers for them to go to market are tremendous, right? Because, and not just them, there's other solutions locally that are being developed, like Brave Co-op, like, what's the other, I can see his head in my face, Dr. Kim. Definity, right? And so those are other solutions. Those two are homegrown solutions. Pocket naloxone's based out of Bethesda, Maryland. But there are solutions that are out there. But for them to get to market, so any of the ones that are a therapeutic have to go through Health Canada or FDA, right? So the cycles to do that take a long time, right? And it's capital intensive and resource intensive, right? For Brave, for example, who is their buyer? It's not the user, right? It's the facilities that would install these sensors. And so the challenge is then who's paying for that? Who's paying for the benefit of saving these lives, right? And so it goes back to incentives for the system. What can we do? And we as a collective, not we, just the folks here on the stage, to think about different ways to reduce these barriers for these startups to innovate in this space and to get their products to market and scale, right? But at the end of the day, someone has to pay for that, right? And some of it is based on, government buyers, but are there other people that can help to be a customer? Because selling to government is really hard. If anyone's thinking of doing that, it's really hard. It's worth doing, but it's really hard, right? So you have to think about, what are different models that can help bring these things to life, right?
Thank you. Wonderful. We do have some Slido questions, so I want to turn it over to the audience. I am going to cherry pick some questions, but we've been talking a lot about life science. Let's shift gears to climate and clean tech. So the US and China are the world's largest CO2 emitters. What needs to What needs to change in innovation to influence these countries to reduce their, I'm assuming it says, to reduce their emissions? So what needs to change in innovation or influence, or to influence these countries to reduce their massive emissions on an annual basis?
Okay, an easy one.
We're talking foreign policy now.
Yeah,
so.
just foreign policy. So I'll pick up a couple of themes from earlier, but I mean, China. So a lot of the renewable tech and their adoption of renewables is at an incredible pace, and we will need China for all that the rest of the world wants to do to continue to adopt clean energy. So they are doing a lot. Unfortunately, their energy demand continues to grow, and they use a lot of carbon-intense sources such as coal, et cetera, and that's going to take time. But two of the things we maybe talked about off the top that can help is the evolution of markets and pricing in externalities. There's also pieces of the Paris Accord, Article 6, around ITMOs. So actually, when we provide Canadian LNG or another Canadian product, that those benefits of that less carbon intense source can then be attributed to the economics of something produced here. So there's, those are aspirational hopes. But I mean, China, the technology, as far as scaling some of the ideas maybe that do come from other places in the world, they will be incredibly important, both on their technology, but their ability to mobilize stuff through their society too. So it's a bit of we need everything everywhere all at once. And just because it looks like things are insurmountable, I choose to look at what can we do, what can BC do, and what is happening. And ultimately, when we look out there, there's a huge space for innovation and in clean tech. But there'll be other things that we can't see right now, right? And one of the things that CIC is looking at is where is the innovation needed in tomorrow to really help with some of the clean tech solutions? No, not just the companies and ideas that are here today, what is needed in the future? And when you talk about the ability to maybe have the oceans help with carbon dioxide removal, when we talk about all of the energy storage that's going to be required for grids to integrate high variability renewable energy. When we think about in BC the massive biomass, so what does a broader biocarbon economy look like for multiple uses of that feedstock? Like there's a lot we can do, and so I'm really looking to innovation to help unlock some of the solutions we don't know about yet, right? And that's super exciting too. But
great. Anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, probably the more simplistic thing is like a lot of our BC companies are building solutions that don't just benefit BC, but can benefit globally. So, helping them to not just prove it out here, but then tackle challenges in other parts of the world is another really meaningful way for us to be able to contribute to that without necessarily influencing foreign policy. So,
thanks for saving me, Leah. Yes, scaling our solutions here for the world. Yeah.
Just as consumers, I think it would be good for us to know when we buy a product from Amazon that comes from China, what's the impact of that on climate?
Sure.
I think that education, because it's going to be very hard for us to say we're going to slap tariffs on products. I mean, we buy stuff, most of our stuff comes from China. So you can't just say I'm going to put slap tariffs on. But if, as consumers, we can see that if I buy this product versus something else, that's going to fill up our landfill, it's going to create landfills, or it's going to create so much CO2 emissions. That education can impact probably some of that problem.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that the question, while it's a global question, we can bring it back down to regional and locally. So how do we affect behavioral change in the population to help to address our own reduction targets and things like that? So wonderful. I really like this question. How can public funding best help to attract the massive amounts of private capital required to scale in BC and deploy solutions in BC as they achieve commercialization? Fits in really nicely with what Todd was talking about in answering the last question. So how can public policy and public funding help to attract those massive amounts of capital required to keep our homegrown talent and keep our homegrown innovation here in BC?
I'll quickly speak to this because one of the challenges we have, just so you guys know, BC is the #1 place in all of Canada. It's probably one of the top 10 geographies across North America for developing healthcare innovation, especially biotech. We have the most number of billion-dollar plus publicly traded companies out of BC. And with the advent of unfortunate COVID, we saw what BC innovation can do globally. It wasn't just that we did something for Canada. Everybody used those Pfizer, Moderna vaccine, which the enabling technology came out of UBC. But what I can tell you is we do not have a single venture capital firm that invests in a meaningful way, headquartered out of BC. Most of the funding for everything we do comes from US, and we get some funding from a couple of VCs out of Montreal or Toronto. So, for example, this is an article I wrote in Business in Vancouver. When AbCellera went public, there was, Doug Jansen, who I have a lot of respect for him. He was one of the few investors in BC that had put in meaningful capital in that company. Not a single Canadian VC, nobody from, we don't have a venture capital out of BC, but not a Canadian VC had invested. So when a company went public and did really well, 100% of those investors, majority of them were American. So this is something that either as a policy, and I'm hoping this is why you guys have been created and promoted to help, is that we have a phenomenal angel credit tax credit program, which gets the company going. It's like giving birth. and then there is nothing. It's Series A needs to come from US or a couple of VCs from East. So that's something that needs to be addressed.
Right.
Yeah, and like I said, that's
Leah?
our origin story, is how do we grow the pool of capital that's available locally, right? Because companies need capital at different stages of growth. And some of it is dilutive capital, which is what ours is, but non-dilutive capital like what Todd and his team would provide, right? And so we were formed to really think about that. And so a big part of our mandate is, yes, supporting the companies, but also we've got a carve-out that's focused on how do we support the growth of more funds, right? It's growing the funds locally, but also attracting other people to set up shop here, right? So that they can invest in this ecosystem, because ultimately we need more than just in BC writing checks for this ecosystem to grow and thrive, right? Like we 500 million sounds like a lot, but it doesn't go very far. And our goal is to be an evergreen fund, which means we need to have different ways of generating that return back.
But Leah, it's not just investing; it's reaping the benefits.
I was going to add to that point too.
It's not like you're just going to put in the money and just walk. It's not charity.
Exactly.
These companies, most of them do really, really well. There are people that put in a couple of $100,000 and walked away with tens of millions of dollars out of sellers. So it's not like, so these investments come back, and we as British Columbians will benefit.
Yes, and that, I totally agree with you, and that's why we want to grow the ecosystem, is if you have more of those investors locally based, one, they're flowing more capital to local companies, but two, when those returns come back, more of that stays in our province, right? BC companies receive the least amount of local capital across Canada, full stop, right? I think 19% of capital that goes into BC companies is local. I think the biggest chunk of it comes from outside of Canada, and then the rest of Canada, but the least amount of capital comes from BC investors. So, when we think about our mandate, not just supporting the companies, it's supporting funds who can grow to a point where they can invest and keep that money in this ecosystem and reinvest it over time, right? So when I talk about being evergreen, that's a big part of being evergreen, is getting the financial returns back, reinvesting it, and then having that grow further and further.
Exactly, I agree with what both of my panelists have said, but it is really taking on, public funding can really take on those high risk early stage investments and help grow those and learn from those, and to make them fit for Series A and different stages of funding that other funds that can come in, et cetera. So that's where we play, as that earlier high risk piece, yeah.
Absolutely. Just taking my moderator hat off and putting a panelist hat on. There's a massive translational gap when governments look to the publicly funded research institutes or institutions as fountains of innovation, which they truly are. There is just a paucity of resources to help to bridge that translational gap, and not just financial resources, but the likes of tech transfer offices and organizations like Entrepreneurship at UBC were also helping to fill a risk-reward gap and a talent and experience gap, where these opportunities are just so embryonic that they don't meet the risk-reward requirements for potential talent to come on board, such as we've seen in a number of ventures that we've supported. A2O won an Ignite grant yesterday with Natalie Dakers at the helm, and Avivo Bio is another great example where we've been able to attract talent to the team, or help to attract talent to the team. And so there is there's a real gap at the earliest stages, and of course, if we're not supporting the pipeline at the earliest stages, then the arguments for supporting the pipeline at the later stages become moot, because the pipeline starts to dry up and disappear. So anyway, I'll put my moderator hat back on.
But I think that's a really good point, right? Like the ecosystem starts I think you talked about giving birth, but it's like from infancy all the way through maturity, right? So we need public and private support across that full continuum in order for, our startups to grow up and be their own adults over time, right?
Absolutely. We had a little glitch with the Slido. I saw there was an error message saying that it lost connectivity, but we're back. And so I'm going to actually take this most recent question, because I think it's fantastic. How do you increase the risk tolerance of investors in Canada when they are potentially traditionally quite risk averse? Isn't it more of a mindset change? So is there a way to incentivize the risk tolerance in investors in Canada?
So I think we touched on it a little bit in terms of the public-private partnership, and not truly in the sense of a PPP, but working together to de-risk, right? And I think there's a lot of different programs, BCCIC, for example, SDTC as another example from a clean tech perspective, right? That's helping to try to de-risk and increase that risk tolerance for investors, right? But ultimately, it's also, well, what can we do to help with proof points, earlier proof points, right? And that goes a long way. So being able to show, like, you know, here's the plan and here's my traction against those plan, right? So that helps to get people to wrap their heads around that. I think part of it is education, I think, also of like understanding, like, you know, we're not looking at all just SaaS businesses. So the risk profile is going to be different, and that's okay, but there's a reward that comes with that, right? And so it's, you know, finding different people who are willing to come to the table and take on that risk too.
Yeah, and I mean, when you engage with startup companies, like they're small amount of people so dedicated that they're just focused on their idea and opportunity, right? And our ability to elevate their story, help tell their story, provide those successes to help amplify and so other people within the funding ecosystem can really understand how they can play a role. That's another piece of the puzzle we think we can help with, but and to really, you know, shine the light across the funnel to understand where opportunities are and when they may be ripe for, you know, additional funding, and that may be, you know, in BC and additional funds that are funded. It's international delegations that are coming through the trade office that we can create opportunities for exposure to as well, which we do. It's all of those pieces, but it is also, it's not just the funding of companies. I think it's the additional resources that they can't dedicate to helping to tell their story and tell the story about BC where they play to.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. We could spend all afternoon. This has been wonderful. It's been fantastic and really, really enlightening. We are a little over time. I want to thank you all immensely for your contribution and your time today. I heard a number of themes that I just absolutely love and would love to action after Entrepreneurship Immersion Week. We need more collaboration. We need more cooperation. We need diversity of thought, inclusivity, and vulnerability. Measuring our success beyond just the dollars raised, but shifting how we measure the success in our innovation ecosystem. So thank you so much. Please join me in giving our panelists a round of applause.
Hi, everyone. So I'm actually so delighted to be the moderator today because often I get to moderate panels where I have the pressure of being some kind of supposed expert on the topic and have to contribute. I know nothing about this topic, so I am here to learn as much as anyone, probably more than anyone in this room. And luckily, we have three unbelievable experts with us. And so we are quite honestly going to jump right in. I'm just going to see for a time check.
Sorry, you need to be using the mic.
Do it, okay. All right. Nobody ever tells me I'm too quiet, but apparently this is some kind of technical feature. Can I just ask about a time check? Will I be able to see something?
Yes,
okay.
You'll be able to see that as soon as it starts working.
Perfect. Okay. And so I've got with me, and I feel like these folks need no introduction, but I'm just going to give you their names and titles. Christine Boyle, City Councillor, City of Vancouver. Dr. Melissa Lem, President, Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment. And Christopher Tanov, Center for the Study of Democratic Institutions at UBC. And I'm not going to give you their bios, but I'm going to hope that they're going to weave some of it in, because if I did their bios, that would take our whole 40 minutes together, because they're kind of an accomplished set of folks. So I'm going to start with Christine and ask, what in your background brings you to the topic of sustainability and health, the intersection?
Thanks so much. An absolute joy to join you all. And I want to say thank you to the organizers for adapting and letting us join this way. I am stuck at home in my bedroom, isolating from COVID. So I'm still delighted that I get to join you and this incredible panel on the unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh to talk about a topic that I love and could talk about forever. I come from a healthcare family. Both of my parents, many of my aunts, my sister all work in healthcare in various ways. I didn't formally take that path, but I have found in many of the paths that my career has taken connections back to healthcare. So I got involved in climate advocacy, climate activism in my 20s. One of the big moments for me was reading about witnessing Hurricane Katrina. Something about that particular event landed for me more firmly than others. The significant human toll that climate change was beginning to have and was going to continue to have, and as well the fact that that toll was very likely going to be very inequitable, that the folks hit hardest were the folks already struggling the most in a variety of ways. And I had been involved in work around poverty reduction and Indigenous rights already, and got pulled into climate change for those reasons. And it's continued to be a focus for me. Like Christy said, I won't go through my whole bio either, but I have worked, my career path has been winding, and I worked as a faith leader for a while. I was doing local and national multi-faith community organizing work around climate. I was elected for the first time to City Council in 2018. And the health impacts of climate, the inequitable impacts of climate, as well as the solutions that cross all of these lines are, continue to draw me in. And I have 2 kids now, and so that keeps me involved in health and climate work as well, thinking about what's at stake for them and also thinking about what's possible in terms of the better lives that we could be leaving for future generations.
Thank you. Melissa, are you willing to give us a bit of line of sight into your background?
Absolutely. Thanks, Christy. If I think about how far back my work in sustainability and health goes, it probably would go back to childhood. So the reason being, I grew up in a majority white neighborhood in Toronto, and I found that when I was in green spaces, in parks, in my father's traditional Chinese garden, that's where I felt like I belonged, and that's where I felt safe from the racism, from the exclusion that we sometimes experience being, a racialized family in a majority white neighborhood. And then fast forward to my own kind of crisis of nature deficit. I started my career as a full service rural family doctor in northern BC, and it was an objectively difficult job as a fresh doctor in my mid-20s. But even though I was running the emergency department, delivering babies at all hours of the night, and managing sick inpatients like by myself with only family doctors and no specialist backup, I still loved the job and was energized by it. And then after a year or two, moved back to Toronto for family reasons, and then suddenly felt myself not as energized, feeling edgy, even though the work, outpatient student medicine, was objectively easier. And it was at that point that I discovered this evidence base behind the health benefits of nature that I'd never heard before. This was close to 15 years ago. And I thought at that time, I've never learned about this. I don't hear anyone talking about this. I need to make sure this gets in front of decision makers and the public and my colleagues. So I started working and speaking and advocating in the nature and health field. But it was only when after, it's kind of similar to Christine, I guess, after I had my my son, after I realized what was at stake for my child. I remember he was 3 months old, and I was actually kind of actively trying to avoid the climate change space because it felt scary, and nature and health is a really friendly, kind of non-controversial space. But I started reading Naomi Klein's This Changes Everything, which is a book about climate change and capitalism and how capitalism is driving it. And it opened my eyes to climate change and the effects that would happen if we didn't start acting on it now at the speed and scale that we required. And so it was at that point, close to 9 years ago, that I started on my climate journey and my sustainability journey. And so now I'm president of the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment. Really kind of worked my way up through after connecting with the BC Committee of CAPE, and also Director of Park Prescriptions for the BC Parks Foundation. So I find it a really great way to kind of marry all of the interests I have and move sustainability forward at the same time. Thanks.
Okay, honestly, that's is super inspiring. Chris, do you want to share a bit of how you come to this conversation?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having me, and thanks to Christy for having to manage a Chris and a Christine on a single panel. There's a lot to juggle there. So I am a researcher, and I help run the Center for the Study of Democratic Institutions. And I come at this less as someone who's actively engaged in health or environmental policy, and more engaged on the issue of how do we have political communication and democratic action on issues like this. And so in recent years, I've been doing research on a couple things that often intersect with climate and health policy. And that has to do with global mis and disinformation and the issue in Canada. And also we've been doing research on the toxic, hostile, sometimes threatening online messaging that people in public life encounter. And again, particularly when they're outspoken on these hot button issues. And sometimes this is about the issues, and sometimes there are aspects of misogyny or racism or anti-Semitism that get brought into these sorts of conversations. And so, you know, fundamental to my thinking about this is that we need to have good democratic conversations in order to mobilize and deal with big shared issues. And that quite often doesn't happen. And when I was thinking about this panel, I was reflecting on a report that a team of the students did in the spring for the city of Vancouver as their client. And it was around this issue of climate misinformation and how city of Vancouver might address that. And students, I'll put the link into Slido shortly so that anyone who's interested can get a look at it. But among the recommendations they had, they also gave an example of, you know, that really illustrates some of the dynamics at stake here. And that has to do with this pretty benign, positive policy, municipal policy proposal, which is to make cities more livable and to reduce car dependence by emphasizing the possibility of being able to access all your key services within 15 minutes of wherever you live. So that was called the 15-minute city plan. And it was being pushed by a few different cities, most prominently a few years ago in Paris, but more recently it had come to places like Edmonton and Essex County in Ontario and a few other places. And in some of these cases, you had this kind of counter mobilization against this policy with people thinking this is plot in order to confine us to these zones of cities, to reduce our freedom of movement so we can't travel or we can't go by car across these district lines without being surveilled and so on, and feeding into this real distrust and cynicism about what government can do to help address some of these big issues. And part of the reason this is happening is because we have a very fertile online environment for this kind of polarizing and sometimes fact-free campaigns and problems. But also we have, media elites and influencers who jump in and really amplify these things. And so that's just, I think, a problem we really need to grapple with as we're dealing with big collective issues.
Okay, that's fantastic because, thank you, Chris. You've kind of jumped in on my question. My next question before I even started, you touched on it. So the description today, part of it asked, how do we tackle these problems in a, and hopefully this was pun intended, polluted digital media environment? And so I'm gonna ask, maybe I can, Melissa, ask you, given this context, so Chris has mentioned disinformation and decision-making, how do we have better conversations about this topic?
Christy, I'm gonna make 2 points. And the first point is that I think we have to know our audience. So the traditional ways that we've tried to communicate are messages that are evidence-based and equitable and well-considered aren't really landing the same way because newer generations aren't consuming media and messages the same way that they used to. So I'm a member of the Canadian Medical Association's media network, and they actually commissioned a company to do some studies on Gen Z, so those people who are born after the mid-1990s, and how they consume information. And so some of the really interesting information, some of the points that came out were that 34% of them believe that the average person is as knowledgeable as a doctor when it comes to their health. They actually trust their friends and family about similar, if not more, than health experts and scientists. 74% of them are spending multiple hours on social media every day, and YouTube is actually the #1 platform where they consume health information, and Google actually is another place that they go versus an existing health professional. And so the problem is that a lot of kind of media and physician influencers, people who try to transmit evidence-based knowledge, they're not really on YouTube. They're not really on TikTok. A lot of them are on Twitter, where Gen Z actually only makes up about, less than 10% of their audience. Another point about Gen Z is that those who want to consume, those who are kind of news avoiders, actually tend to gravitate towards news that's positive and solutions-based, whereas a lot of the news that's often put in our faces is awful news about how the healthcare system is collapsing, how the climate is collapsing. So I think we have to keep the needs of a new audience in mind and try to reach past the platforms that we have. But something else I think that we need to do is, in some ways, eliminate those bad actors from the conversation. So CAPE actually has an active fossil fuel ad ban campaign going on right now. We have a parliamentary petition that was sponsored by MP John Aldag, who's right here in the Lower Mainland, that's petitioning the federal government to enact a ban on fossil fuel advertising. And that's, for many reasons, advertising drives demand for fossil fuels. And also they have engaged more recently in greenwashing, because most people now believe that climate change exists. For quite some time, their misinformation campaigns convinced a broad swath of the population that climate change wasn't real. But now that we have heat domes and floods and wildfires and smoke in our faces, it's hard to argue it doesn't exist. And so we've actually opened up, there are 3 active investigations that the Competition Bureau of Canada has opened into cases that CAPE has helped file against greenwashing by natural gas and oil sands and other fossil fuel companies. So I think it's important. So first of all, maybe go sign that petition and support our effort to try to get fossil fuel ads banned. There's precedent, for example, France and the Netherlands have both banned fossil fuel ads in some capacity. And then just, support CAPE's work and keep an eye out for the information that we put out when we're trying to get this misinformation away from people.
Super helpful. I'm learning things here. Christine, I feel like your world must bump up against this topic of misinformation and decision making. Do you have some thoughts to share?
Absolutely, and I also am a big fan of CAPE's work around challenging greenwashing and in particular the ban on fossil fuel advertising. I think it's really important, and there's a valuable comparison with the tobacco industry and the ban that happened and the challenge to the social license, and that comparison goes back further to when the tobacco industry was funding misinformation campaigns about the impacts that tobacco has on health. So a lot of important comparisons there that CAPE and others are making clear. The student-led fossil fuel divestment movement, similarly, we're drawing that comparison in pushing for divestment from fossil fuels. So the ad ban campaign, I think, is really important. It certainly gets me riled up when we're watching something on CBC Gem, which is maybe the only place I consume ads these days, and an ad for a big gas-guzzling SUV comes on. So grateful for that. I see a lot of misinformation at the municipal level, and it's a real challenge. The level of climate literacy not just in Vancouver, but in Vancouver is low, which is surprising because we are an area with a lot of strong commitment to green and environmental ideas. So the city of Vancouver has done polling over the years, and around 90% of residents respond that they support or strongly support their local government taking stronger action to address the climate emergency or address the climate crisis. I can't remember how the question was framed. And then when the follow-up question is asked about what that action would look like, people just aren't sure. A lot of answers that relate to recycling, people kind of understand that they should get out of their car a bit more. In part, that lack of clarity about the causes of climate change are, like Melissa said, because of confusion and misinformation sowed by bad faith actors in the fossil fuel industry. So we talk about natural gas, for instance. Natural gas is an incredibly misleading term for fracked methane gas. And in Vancouver, 56% of our carbon pollution comes from burning gas in buildings. So if we are going to take the urgent action that we need to tackle the climate emergency at a local level, it means getting new buildings off of gas and then working to get existing buildings off of gas. But people understandably don't think of that as our biggest source. And part of that goes back to intentional misinformation campaigns, including talking about burning gas as natural gas. That's not an accident that's the term that was socialized and continues to be used. And so I do see some of my work as naming where those largest sources of gas are, or largest sources of pollution are, the largest being gas, 56% in buildings, and then 40% of our carbon pollution comes from burning gas in transportation. So I repeat those numbers again and again because I think it's important that we know where our carbon pollution is coming from so that our solutions get right to the heart of that. And to Chris's point earlier, I certainly experience some pushback online sometimes, some pretty vile and aggressive opposition to just naming these climate realities and pushing for solutions. But I think cutting through that misinformation is incredibly important because I know I meet Vancouverites and beyond all of the time who want us to be doing more. And, people are busy living their whole lives and they don't, I don't think everybody needs to be the expert on each of these pieces, but those of us in leadership positions need to be very clear about these numbers, about these sources of emissions, and then very clear in the solutions that we promote to address them.
Fantastic. And I feel like I've heard a statistic, you need to repeat something 14 times before the average person. So we've only got twice on the 56%, so everybody wait, maybe she needs to say it. Hopefully you wrote notes if you don't going to hear it again 12 times. Okay, Chris, do you touched on this, but do you have more you can share based on your work?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of having good conversations, in some ways, we're in the best of times and the worst of times for these sorts of things, because there are these very accessible platforms and digital media spaces where you can get great information on almost anything. There are these opportunities for real exchanges, including with your elected representatives, that was much easier than it used to be. So that's the positive side. There's a lot of opportunity there. But to turn to the negative side here, I mean, there is a huge supply of toxic and false communication that's going to be out there, and that people are going to have to develop literacies and strategies to deal with it. But there are also these parts that cross the line and that are more threatening, are promoting harmful falsehoods. And so from a policy perspective, Canada and a lot of other governments are trying to grapple with this and find the right policies forward on it. And we've been waiting in Canada for a regulatory approach to social media platforms that can address some of these issues. And we continue to wait, but hopefully we'll see some soon from Parliament. And to go to this topic, both Christine and I have mentioned about the kind of the hostility and negativity that people face in messaging, on social media platforms when they're using them. Part of the issue, part of this response to that has to be universities and political parties and journalism organizations and all these different types of institutions that employ frontline communicators need to build up their policies to better support individuals and to provide the kind of support that different types of individuals from different backgrounds and even with different dispositions might need. And that's something that at CSDI we're really working on, is trying to develop those kind of best practices so people aren't, when facing this kind of stuff, getting pushed out of a conversation that they should be part of. And I think another challenge is that the way that a lot of these platforms are designed, the most hostile or intense stuff kind of pops out in people's experiences or feeds. And there's a lot less engagement with, broader publics who might want to have conversations. Or even you kind of see people getting pulled into more antagonistic communication than they might otherwise want. So, I think going forward, we really need to improve this sort of communication infrastructure that we're all using.
Thanks. Yeah, just as a general member of the public, it is so disheartening. You see leaders from sort of all areas of public leadership that are clearly spreading information which is they must know not to be true, going unchecked. And then you have other leaders really bravely sharing real information to help people, and actually they're facing all kinds, not only, but a lot of women in politics, for example, facing unbelievable hostility and real threats to even their personal safety. So it's so nice, it's so great to hear all of you, talking about that. It's such an important topic. Can I ask, and maybe I'll start with Christine now, what are you seeing as some of the gaps or maybe future directions in the work at the intersection of sustainability and health?
Oh, such a good question. I am really buoyed by how many, particularly at the municipal level, how many of our climate solutions improve health and well-being for residents. So I talked about, here it is again, the biggest sources of pollution in Vancouver, and it's similar in most municipalities, are burning gas in buildings and burning gas in transportation. We know that we need to reduce both of those dramatically. What that looks like is getting our buildings off of gas, building new homes that are more climate resilient and don't burn gas, and retrofitting existing buildings. And folks in the room will remember, as recently as this summer, but particularly the big heat dome we had a couple of years ago, people's homes became very dangerous places for them to be. And 100 people in Vancouver died from the heat dome, almost all in their own home, basically cooked alive in their own home. So the same work to get off gas and reduce emissions in our buildings is also going to make our buildings healthier and safer for people to live in. When we install heat pumps in buildings, heat pumps also provide cooling in the summer, and they use very little electricity. Those types of changes dramatically reduce the carbon pollution that a building creates, and they make it safer. And that's work that we need to do in single family homes. It's work that we need to be doing in large apartments and social housing buildings and more. And it's important that we do that work in a way that protects existing renters and tenants who are already being the most hard hit by extreme weather events, and particularly by heat. That's on the building side. On the transportation side, again, our climate solutions are also health and equity solutions. So when more people don't need to rely on a private gas vehicle, we have healthier communities. And I will say very clearly, I don't think that the climate solution in transportation is switching all of our gas vehicles over to electric vehicles. It needs to be much more than that. We need to make public transportation much more efficient, more reliable for people, so that choosing to take public transit makes more sense when you're entering your destination into Google, that the fastest route is the public transit route, so that more people choose it. Similarly, we need to make it a lot safer to take a bike or an electric scooter or to walk. There are lots of infrastructure investments that cities like Vancouver can and should be making to make it safer to get around. And increasingly, I've been seeing more and more families and seniors using electric bikes to get around. I think that's a game-changing solution in transportation. But at the city level, we need to make it safer. There are still a lot of people who could choose to take an electric bike, but they're nervous about one section of their trip that requires them to be in traffic or something like that. So that's an important piece that we, as a local government, alongside investments provincially and federally, can be making to help people choose to not rely on a private gas car. And it improves air quality, it improves human health. It means that people are seeing one another more than you do when you're driving alone in your own car. And there are really important social and health and community benefits to that kind of interaction. And the last pitch I will make is that land use is an important piece of this too. So where and how we build buildings is important. To Chris's point about 15-minute cities, it actually is an important local climate action that we build housing close to where people work, so that people can get to the regular stops in their life, their work, but also their kids' school and the grocery store and more, without needing to rely on a car. And that means building much more complete walkable neighborhoods where you're close to the things you need to get to.
Okay, thank you. Chris, can I ask you the same question, where you're seeing gaps, future directions in the work, the intersection of sustainability and health?
Yeah, I mean, focusing on the sustainability part, this isn't as big a source as heating buildings or transportation, but I think we do need to keep an eye on the digital tech sector and some of these sustainability issues. And we did see, with Bitcoin or crypto mining, just these operations using huge amounts of energy that perhaps could have been used in other ways. When other technologies existed that were possible for doing what the mining was supposed to be doing. And we've got new regulatory approaches that were introduced to deal with energy usage in BC and other jurisdictions. So that's one that's come along, but the industry moved a fair ways before regulators started to really look at it. Again, not as big as those mining operations, but even in the training and use of the AI models that are very much in the news right now, it's something we should keep an eye on. There's a project I worked on just a couple of years ago where we trained a large language model to help us analyze mean tweets at politicians, and I later learned it was, depending on how the energy for the computational power was generated, could have used, the same amount or had the same emissions as like a transcontinental flight. And you just don't think about it because it's virtual. You're just hitting a button to make it happen. It's way off there that there's a data center, chugging away and then flushing off in huge amounts of water to keep it cool. And so I think, again, it's not a huge energy burden, but it's an important one. It's a couple percentage, I think, of global energy use and emissions that are around these kind of data centers and computational centers that we need to just making sure that we're keeping those as efficient as possible.
Yeah, that's super helpful. I feel like that's, North America's deserts are being converted into these, in these incredibly hot conditions, these, exactly as you said, and it's this invisible, environmental impact. Okay, Melissa, from where you come to this work, the same question for you, where you're seeing gaps and or future directions in sustainability and health.
I want to underline what both Christine and Chris said. So number one, I fully recognize that only 20% of our health status, if for the average person in Canada, comes from our healthcare system. And 80% comes from the infrastructure around us, whether it be social or physical, and also our ecosystems being healthy. So to have active transportation infrastructure, to have public transportation, to have people in healthy homes that don't burn gas and pollute the indoor air, and have cooling systems, that's really, really important, arguably more than I can do in my office or within the healthcare system to help keep people healthy. But if we're going to look at where I think a gap is, other than all that infrastructure outside of the healthcare system, is within the healthcare system too. So the healthcare system in Canada contributes about 5% to our overall greenhouse gas emissions. And it doesn't sound like a lot, but it's actually the same as aviation. And you know how much we hear about how much we should be cutting down our flying. So, you know, we're trying to do no harm, but we're harming people at the same time by reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And so we have to think about how to decarbonize healthcare. And the truth is that, kind of similar to what Chris said, you know, when you click a button, when you're providing care to a patient, the vast majority of the emissions come from an upstream place, come from Scope 3 emissions in the creation and transportation of the drugs and equipment and all that stuff to the buildings where we actually burn natural gas and, you know, reduce emissions at source. So we have to think about those upstream emissions. So if we want to actually decarbonize our healthcare system, which, by the way, Canada actually committed to 2 COPs ago. So 2 years ago, Canada signed on to the World Health Organization's Low Carbon and Sustainable Health Systems program to work on making our healthcare system more resilient and also reduce the carbon emissions. If we want to actually achieve that, instead of just, you know, signing a piece of paper, we have to work on decarbonizing our healthcare system. And then, you know, just a quick word, because I know we're running short on time, but just recognizing the importance of conservation and nature and green space access for our health. I think, you know, a lot of us know now about the effects that climate change have on our health, but less people talk about the effects of biodiversity on health. So I think more awareness about that, and then more action to help conserve and expand those green spaces to improve human well-being is really important.
Wow, I don't know how many people in the audience knew that our healthcare system, the urgency of the need to decarbonize it, and the fact that it actually has the same carbon profile as aviation. That's new for me. Okay, thank you, Dr. Lam. Okay, I've got another question. So we've got a room full of folks that are either deeply interested in innovation or they're leaders in their fields related to innovation. Do you think you could connect some dots for us on sustainability and health and innovation? How do we get innovation in the progress that we need? And maybe let's see, who am I going to start with? Maybe Chris?
Sure, I'm more interested to hear from my panelists and myself on this. I would just say my little area where I think we really need innovation is in the civic tech area. I mean, and also the non-tech ways of having better democratic and political communications. But we do see some other jurisdictions that just do a better job of innovating in how governments engage citizens and how citizens work together. And, you know, there are a lot of lessons to learn from Taiwan, for instance, which has a really vibrant, open governance approach and you know, and some exciting uses of technology to help bring people into decision making in interesting ways.
Fantastic. Melissa, do you want to add to that in the innovation piece?
Sure. I think it's important for us to think about what kind of messages move people, like what they respond to, because, you know, what we've been doing so far hasn't necessarily been working. So I want to point to a study that was just published in the last year or two that surveyed over 7,500 people from 5 different countries, and they presented different climate policies and then presented them with 2 different framings for each policy. So kind of health framing and economic framing, and environmental framing versus migration framing, for example. And what they found was that when they framed those policy proposals in terms of health, that across every single audience, so including those people who weren't concerned about climate change, that was what moved people the most to support those climate policies. So try to think about human health and well-being when conveying your messages. The second interesting finding was that when they used opportunity framing, so these are all the positive things that will happen when this climate policy happens, versus threat framing, meaning these are all the awful things that will happen if we don't, that was far more motivating for people to support that policy proposal. So I think it's important to think about framing our messages in a way that will be the most palatable and move the most people. And then second of all, I think it's just important to get the messages out there. So in addition, to working with CAPE and the BC Parks Foundation, I'm also, I've been working in the media for almost 15 years actually as a medical expert on the CBC, and currently a climate panelist on Early Edition and resident climate columnist on CBC TV Vancouver. And it's really important for us to think about not just generating this information, but also getting it out there. So making sure that as entrepreneurs that we, almost from the beginning, think about the story that we want to tell and the ways that we can tell that story in a compelling way, and making friends with journalists, making friends with media, so that when the time comes for you to share your amazing work, that more people know about it. Because if people don't know about it, they're not going to be inspired, and they're not going to want to amplify and replicate. So I think those are two important things, the framing and also just getting your message out there and thinking about the story you want to tell from the beginning.
I love it. Okay, and Christine, do you have something about innovation?
Yeah, absolutely. Echo that framing piece in particular. One of the challenges I see, again, from my work in local government is that we really need help making the solutions that exist viable and to some degree kind of palatable for people. So a lot of the local government tools that we have for reducing carbon emissions are difficult to bring in. And I'm going to go right to parking, which I will tell you, I wouldn't have known 7 or 8 years ago was as difficult a topic as it is to move the needle on. When we look at that 40% of carbon pollution that comes from transportation, a big part of it is shifting people out of reliance on private vehicles, so two of the key solutions that the City of Vancouver's Climate Emergency Action Plan included were about parking permits across the city, and parking permits that had a kind of climate levy so that new gas vehicles would pay more than electric vehicles or older vehicles. It was an attempt to kind of overlay climate and equity together in public policy, and also to create some revenue that could fund the types of investments in safe streets and active transportation that we know we need at scale. And it was incredibly difficult to talk about publicly, partly to go back to our earlier conversation because of huge amounts of intentional misinformation that were circulated about it, and also because it is a very unsexy topic and people just don't want to pay for parking. And so solutions like that, I'm going to put mobility pricing in the same category, good public policy that is hard to sell to the public. And so I recognize, we can have the smartest of public policy folks coming up with these solutions, but there's a lot that, there's a big gap still where we need help making those solutions viable to the general public and getting people on board with them. I also think there's a lot of help needed, innovation needed in terms of making the solutions that exist fair and equitable for everyone. And so I will go back to building retrofits. We know we need to get existing buildings off gas, but I sometimes hear from tenants who will tell me how hot unbearably, almost unlivably hot their building gets during heat events in Vancouver, and also how nervous they are that if their building were to get retrofitted and updated, that their rent would go up beyond what they can afford, or that they would be displaced. And so they would rather it be ignored. They would rather not see a change because that housing instability is such a real concern for folks. And so again, where the technical solutions exist, there's still a lot of work for us to be doing in making sure they are just and fair, and building that public support so that we can go as fast as we need to go given the climate science. And I see a huge need there for folks across all sorts of sectors to step in and help, making sure that the technical solutions that we have, and we really do, I am of the belief that that we're not lacking in technical solutions to the climate challenge. Our gaps are really political and social, to some degree economic, but it's really about how we tackle these problems at scale and bring the public along and make sure that nobody is left behind, because that social solidarity piece is actually how we get everyone on board to act as quickly as we need to. And the last thing I'll just say is that I also really believe that we need leadership and innovation across every sector. I'm not a healthcare expert, but I am lucky to get to hear from so many folks in that field about the work that is happening and the work that needs to happen. And we need that in every place to get where we need to go together.
Fantastic. So we've got some questions up on this fancy Slido thing on the screen. I don't know if you guys can see them. So I'm going to read the first one, and we'll just see if any or all of you want to answer it or comment on it. So Vancouver Economic Development Commission, or Vancouver Economic Commission, sorry, was recently announced as being folded into Vancouver's city manager's office. How will this impact Vancouver's innovation and investor attraction activities? So I don't know if the question is specifically on the health sustainability, so I'll just let you sort of interpret as you like there, if anyone would like to answer that.
I can say a bit about that. And I will start by saying I'm actually unfortunately limited in what I can say because it was a council decision in a closed meeting. But I'm really concerned about the VEC being shut down and the gaps that will be created. The Vancouver Economic Commission for many, many years has been an important partner in the community. And I'm sure there are folks in the room who have worked with or had touch points with VEC in one way or another. And in particular, one of the things I most appreciated about VEC was its focus on clean tech, green jobs, and growing the green economy, which is part of Vancouver's brand. It's one of Vancouver's strengths in terms of jobs and innovation, and the plan to eliminate the VEC and then bring a few of those functions into an in-house business model is what that new thing is still vague and up in the air. So I think that's an opportunity for folks who think that work is important to make their voices heard to council and make sure that those important pieces continue to be prioritized in whatever the new model is that this council creates, that we continue to support small local businesses, and also that we continue to support those climate innovators, so many of whom have been nurtured and grown up in Vancouver and then had impact far beyond the city of Vancouver.
Thank you. And Chris and Melissa, do either of you have anything to contribute to that question? Or do you want me to? No? Okay, it doesn't look like you're jumping up. And we've got lots of questions. So, okay. So I think this is a great question, this next one. So it's all well and good for a large, well-financed city to work on this. What can smaller municipalities, and there's a call out specifically to Hazelton, do to make a difference in this area? Does anyone have thoughts on that?
I might just answer first. I'm sure Chris and Christine, you have thoughts. Hazelton was where I worked. That was where my first job was after I graduated from residency on the traditional and unceded territories of the Gitxsan and Wet'suwet'en. And so I think something really important, for example, with Hazelton and other smaller places, is to start to bring in your local resources, like traditional knowledge from Indigenous peoples on how to make peace with nature, make peace with the land, and be sustainable at the same time. And then I think in smaller communities too, there's this huge sense of community, like almost everyone knows everyone else. And I think we shouldn't underestimate the influence of influencers, for example. So when we lived in Hazelton, we actually bought the first hybrid vehicle in the Hazeltons ever. This was 2007 or 8, I think, before anyone did. We ended up moving back to Toronto, but that was the first one. There's evidence also showing that, for example, when neighbors start putting up solar panels, that other people start to follow suit, like it's kind of catching. So I think, even if the first step is a small one, I think if individual people and people getting together in their smaller groups start to make change locally, that can scale up and amplify. Also informed by knowledge of local peoples who have that connection to the land and sustainability.
Wow, that worked out well. I feel like that could have been a plant, but I don't know. Okay, no, I don't think so. So I've got another one here. How is the city of Vancouver encouraging innovation? Where can innovators and entrepreneurs plug into bringing their ideas or solutions to the city? Anyone have?
I can give a little bit of an answer, at least to start that one off. We have such an incredible wealth of innovation in the city, and one of the projects I have gotten to overlap with a number of times is, oh my goodness, now my brain is going to blank on, okay, I'm blanking on the name, but the effort, the city is a partner. Oh my goodness, this is so embarrassing. The city is a partner with a number of local colleges and universities to support students in doing community engaged projects, on the ground projects, a number of which, is it City Hive? Sorry. A number of which become part of City of Vancouver projects and policies more broadly, and I have gotten to go each year to their presentations and hear about these student projects, and I really appreciate that lifting up of young voices, but also so much that the city has to learn from folks living across Vancouver, often renters, often folks who are taking public transit, who are seeing the city at a real ground level day to day, and that those experiences and the ideas that they have for making Vancouver better can feed into our decision making, I think is a really important structural model. And the name of it's going to come to me in like an hour, but things like that. And I'll say on the business side, there's been work over the last couple of decades and a lot of work still ahead in how we make Vancouver an easier place to do business, particularly supporting our many small local businesses that add character to neighborhoods across the city. And that's been a focus for me, working with BIAs and working with the city to support all of those small shops and public spaces in neighborhoods across the city.
And somebody, I knew it, I absolutely knew it. Somebody's provided us on Slido with the name. Is it City Studio?
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Fantastic.
If I was in the room, I knew somebody could just shout it at me. City Studio.
And
yeah.
Fantastic. And I'm actually just going to sneak a little piece in here because when we talk about entrepreneurs, I think, often, at least me, the sort of first thing that comes to mind is folks starting little private companies. And actually an enormous amount of Vancouver's legacy around innovation has come out of other sectors like the cooperative sector. So I'm just going to slide that in subtly. Okay, on to the next question.
Can I make another
yes.
plug? There's a hub, a social enterprise hub that I am such a fan of that I just want to name too, called Flavors of Hope, which is a sort of small scale social enterprise for immigrant women who cook, who create small scale catering companies. And they all have websites online. The Flavors of Hope project helps connect them to kitchen space and then the resources to promote their work and mostly hiring other immigrant women from their communities. Another example, I think, of not just big business, but really creative community building, and in this case through food, which is just another love of mine.
Fantastic. Okay, so I'm just looking at the time. Okay, maybe we can get one more question. So hypothetically, if we had to focus on only one narrow segment of our population to make the biggest difference, which segment is that, and how can we activate them? And actually, we only have two more questions. Maybe what I'll do is I'll throw them all out, and then I'll let you each close with either a call to action, an answer to one of the questions, sort of summary. Okay, so the next question, how to solve the problem between huge capital investment decisions and sustainable development? How better to answer the return on investment question? And somehow the other question has disappeared, I think. So I'm going to leave it to each of you. So maybe I'll start with Melissa. Do you have sort of one final, whether it's an answer, a thought, a call to action to leave us with?
Sure. You know what my answer is on, it's not that narrow a segment of the population, but I'm going to say mothers. So I'm a mother myself. It was becoming a mother that really activated my interest in action on climate change. And moms have done incredible work on creating social change. They helped enact the smoking ban in the US that spread to Canada. They helped enact bans on drunk driving. There's so many examples of parents, mothers, who have, out of concern for their children and out of concern for their children's future, activated. And there's nothing, you know, many of us have this experience. There's nothing like a mom who wants to protect their child in terms of a force to be reckoned with. So that would be one thing. And then in terms of what I want to leave you with in terms of action, I would just say get outside. I know, you know, we're inside, we are all inside these buildings right now. It's probably a windowless room that you all have been hanging out in all day. But, you know, this climate work, it's both a sprint and it's a marathon. And we need to be as resilient and healthy as we can be so that we can continue to engage in this work. So, you know, so spend at least 2 hours outside each week, at least 20 minutes each time, and get your friends and family to do it as well. Thanks.
Fantastic. Chris, do you have something you want to leave us with?
Yeah, well, just in terms of a sector, again, it's maybe not one, it's one that we would normally think would play a big part in innovation, and certainly something that I'm worried about and see a lot of my students as they come to the end of undergraduate and graduate degrees is this really difficult question, where can I live? Can I stay in Vancouver and contribute to this innovation? And, you know, this is not, we are all aware of the housing crisis, but I think, you know, it's also for Vancouver an innovation risk. And I think yet another reason why we need to really be innovative and determined in addressing those sorts of issues. And then for an action going forward, I'm going off brand and not talking about tech or politics, but I've been reading this lovely book called Orwell's Roses by Rebecca Solnit recently. And she quotes the author, George Orwell, saying something like, the greatest thing you can do for posterity is to plant a tree, preferably one of the long-living ones, or a rose bush, as the book's title suggests. So maybe in addition to going out and enjoying the outdoors, as Melissa recommended, something you can do out there is think about planting something for future generations.
And Christine, do you have something you can leave us with?
Sure, happy to. And I also just want to say I just was able to pull up the Slido myself, and I see someone popped in a report on responding to climate misinformation. I have found it already and look forward to reading it. So thank you to whoever popped that in.
Oh, that was me.
Was that? There you go.
Yeah.
I'm going to answer this question in two ways. And one is, you know, this, of course, comes from the local government work that I do as well. But I really do think that we need more people making their voices heard to decision makers. And so would encourage people to reach out to your city councillors, to your MLAs and your MPs, and make sure that they know that climate is a priority for you, and a nudge that our democracy doesn't just happen during elections, but in all of those ways, creating, sending emails, making phone calls, requesting meetings. I'll say again, from my experience, that I know locally elected leaders tend to be, as Chris said earlier, quite accessible. So requesting a meeting to talk about climate issues is an important way to make sure that they know that this is a priority for you. But I'm going to go a little bit further and say also that we need more people to run for office for whom this is a priority, so that those decision-making tables are full of people who feel the urgency to act on climate. And so I would encourage folks as well to get involved as volunteers on campaigns, get involved in elections, and consider running yourself one day, particularly if you don't see yourself represented around decision-making tables right now. Encourage you to consider running. And then on the kind of other end of the spectrum from that, I also think it's important that we have more real conversations about these issues with one another in your workplace, in your union, at your family Thanksgiving table, whatever that looks like. As Melissa said earlier, talking about Hazelton, these sorts of things really do catch on. And so it matters when people hear from someone they trust, hear from someone they love about the urgency that they feel on these issues. And that's an important catalyst. That means so much more than hearing something on the news or hearing something from a politician like me. Those personal connections mean a lot in getting other people to care and to move toward action. You can invite them along with you to send a letter or come to a rally or a meeting, but that really starts with having meaningful connections and conversations with one another. And one of the concerns that I have and that I see out there these days is how disconnected and segmented we're becoming. And so those conversations feel more important than ever, and keeping us connected to one another across whatever difference, so that the solutions that we're advocating for and hopefully that we bring into place really do benefit all of us, and that we're moving in that direction together.
Wow. Okay. Honestly, the three of you have not only given us so much insight into the connection between sustainability and health, but managed to weave in just a staggering breadth of other key issues that play into moving this work forward. So I just want to say on behalf of everyone in the room, thank you so much. And can I turn the mic to you, Michelle? Yeah.
So Tamara just flew in from Ottawa, so she missed getting the love-in from this morning when Chief Ian Campbell was here saying how lovely the airport is in terms of having indigenized space. But what I thought we'd start off with is talking about your experience, Tamara, in terms of leading YVR to be climate adaptive.
Yeah, thanks so much, Shannon, and thanks also for the invitation to be here. I think it's a really important time for us to talk about innovation, entrepreneurship, and the role that it plays in two of the most confounding crises that we're facing in our community. So a little bit about YVR. I think hopefully everybody knows what the airport is. We are the second largest airport in the country. We employ 26,000 people work at YVR. We represent about, depending on the calculation, about 6 to 7% of the regional GDP. So we're a very large industrial operation, and so we're also a land-based business. So we take our reconciliation commitments very seriously, and I'll talk about those and how they influence how we think about climate. But we also know that we are, at our core, a fossil fuel-driven industry. And if it's not out of the realm of possibility in the next 10 or 15 years that if we don't get ahead of that, that we could see a cap on flying. We see that in other parts of the world. And Canada is a country that's blessed with a large geography, but a small population. And so we literally need a healthy and sustainable aviation system just to make our society and our economy work. And so I always say that flying isn't the enemy, carbon is. And if we don't figure out a way to decarbonize, then we are really going to put our community and our economy at risk. So it's from that place that we have been really leaning into what we need to do to decarbonize our business end to end, what we can do to, and we'll talk a little bit about this, to be a test bed for climate resilient technologies and business models, because we are a huge entity, and so there's lots of opportunity for that. And how we need to really be resilient and adaptive, given the fact that aviation, when you think about it, probably more than almost any other industry, is very, very affected by climate and weather, as I'm sure at one point in your life you have all experienced. So for all of those reasons, we think it's essential to our mandate to be able to serve the community and the economy that supports it. And it's also essential to future-proof our business to be able to focus on climate. So we took the pretty bold step in early 2021 to set a target of net zero for our airport. We think we're the first, Dallas-Fort Worth argues with us, but we're the first airport in North America to do that, and one of only a handful in the world. And why did we pick 2030? Because frankly, we feel some urgency around it. And the faster we can move and innovate, the more that we can decarbonize our own business, but also share those learnings. One of the great things about an airport is what works at one airport tends to work at many airports. And so if we can innovate and lead at YVR, we have an opportunity to share those learnings across the country and, in fact, across our industry. Because we all know if we're climate resilient and decarbonized at one end of the journey, it doesn't really matter if it's not at the other end. So that's the reason behind why we're taking the approach we're taking.
Fantastic. So the airport itself and the business itself is very complex. And some of it is within your control, and some of it you can influence. So maybe we'll sort of like peel back the layers one at a time. So why don't we first start maybe on the land area of YVR itself and the operations that you do have control over. So maybe you could talk a little bit about what innovations you've been approaching in terms of getting to that net zero.
Yeah, so certainly an airport is a very complex ecosystem, and there's multiple businesses that interact at the airport each and every day. So like I said, 26,000 people come to work at our airport each and every day, and we welcome anywhere between 75,000 and 85,000 people onto our airport each and every day. So, you know, we stand up the size of a medium-sized city. And it's a different city because passengers are different each day. So it's a very dynamic environment. And while it's true we have a lot of players, the airport itself actually has quite a bit of power in terms of what happens on that land base. Historically, I think we have not always embraced the authority that we have to really take advantage of some of we give licenses to operate, we manage the airfield. Sea Island is a very large landmass. We're obviously surrounded by very sensitive ecosystems. So there's a lot that we can do that's in our direct control, but also, frankly, in our indirect control, because if you're going to work at the airport, you need a license from us to work there. We have certain standards that have to be maintained, and then we are our own permitting authority for all of the buildings, the waste systems, and all of the infrastructure that you would have at the airport. So if we start on the land base, we've done quite a bit to protect the ecosystem. We are a salmon-safe airport. We're the only salmon-safe airport, as far as we know, in the world. Now, of course, not every airport has salmon next to it, so that is a smaller data set than every airport. But still, we take our responsibilities to the waterways, one of which is a runway for the float planes, very, very seriously. We've also, through our very unique Friendship and Sustainability Agreement, which was signed in 2017 with Úxwumixw, we are a sea island on the traditional unceded and continuously occupied territory of Úxwumixw, and so we entered into an agreement to say that we are only temporary operators on the land, and so we have to be thoughtful about what we do to integrate Indigenous and, in particular, Musqueam principles, ways of knowing, ways of communicating, ways of developing into our business. And so we've integrated Musqueam land knowledge in terms of our climate policies, really helped us to know, the Fraser River is silty, right? It moves quite a bit, where it was at certain times, where there's fish population now that there wasn't before, more likely the inverse, unfortunately. Bird migration probably wasn't the best decision to build the country's second largest airport, international airport, right next to a bird sanctuary, but nonetheless, that's what we have. And so the movement of birds and aviation species are also really important. So we take a very broad view. We've actually introduced technology, have some of the best avian radar in the world, where we can look at snow geese movements to make sure that our operations are not interfering with them in a way that obviously causes safety issues, but also causes habitat disruption. So we're very active on the land base, always monitoring and using the best science and the best Indigenous knowledge to make sure that we're responsible curators of the land.
Mm-hmm. So one of the really powerful things about being a large organization is that there's a lot of power to the procurement process and what you can do with that procurement to have it align with the values and the mandate and the goals that you have. So how does that fit in with the relationship that you have with Musqueam?
Yeah, there's we talk about at the airport. We talk about first of all, we talk in terms of one YVR. So what I like to say is it really doesn't matter what the color of your paycheck is. We're all working in service of, as I said earlier, the community and the economy that supports it. And we also need to do that in ways that are consistent with our values and the values of the people that we serve. So reconciliation, we look at everything we do through a reconciliation lens, including procurement. I'll get to that in a second. Climate and environmental resilience. Climate resilience is another lens that we look through. Digitization, how can we use technology to make sure we free up the human capacity to serve and to know? And then finally, we care quite a bit about our ability to be sustainable in every sense of that word, not just climate and financially, but that we're a welcoming organization for people with diverse needs, because we have a diverse population that we serve, that we're committed to transparency and accountability in everything that we do. So when it comes to procurement, yes, we procure, we are a very favored client of many, many, many companies, large and small. And so we use the procurement tool to make sure that everything from, do you have a trained archaeologist that is certified in cultural practices, working on the land when we're digging a trench, to put in some new airfield lighting in a way that if we do uncover Musqueam cultural shell deposits, that their belongings are treated the way that we would respect our ancestors' belongings to be treated, even though we're doing major construction work. All the way through to, are there opportunities to employ and hire Musqueam firms to make sure that we're thinking about our employment and the way that we can generate more sustainable employment for Indigenous youth, but also others in the community.
So building on that procurement piece, in terms of the innovation hub that you have at the airport, maybe you can talk a little bit about, so we have an audience where we have scientists, we have venture founders and innovators and mentors. What advice would you have for those that think that they have a solution that might help contribute to your pathway to net zero? What would be the advice you give to them? What would be the process for them to engage at the airport?
Yeah. So we are also, among all the other things I said we're also the largest building in British Columbia. So we have almost an unlimited number of use cases for problems, big and small, that need to be addressed, particularly as we're coming out of the pandemic. And one of the things we did, I think you probably know, of course, our industry was particularly affected by the pandemic, and we went from like 26 million passengers in a year to a handful. We opened a brand new $300 million international terminal right in the middle of the pandemic. It just happened to be when it was finished. To crickets, it's beautiful. It has a living forest. It has the best of sustainable practices, indigenous language and art. But nobody was there, so we had to innovate. And actually, any movie that you see that was filmed in Vancouver that features an airport, chances are it's this terminal, because we rented it out to the film industry, who's always looking for space. So we really had to adjust our practices. But one of the things we did was we created a full digital replica of our airport. And because there was not a lot of flying going on, we were able to get a LiDAR capture of very, very high quality. In fact, we have a full digital replica, including the surrounding lands and waters of our airport, down to a 5 centimeter by 5 centimeter square size. So I joke that if somebody drops a paperclip on a runway, like, I can find it. Like, it's very, very good. And we did that inside and out. So we literally have a digital, fully functioning digital replica of the hard asset infrastructure and the operations of our airport. We're only the fourth airport that we're aware of in the world to have this technology. And what that does is it creates a digital platform for solutions. And everything from, during the pandemic, how do we measure? It's this vast building, right? Thinking about the theme of this conference, how do we detect and measure air quality and airflows? Well, we can do it the old-fashioned way, filters, HVAC systems, very inefficient, and frankly, not that effective. So instead, we partnered with a local company that detects pathogens in the air to a very small size, like 5 feet by 5 feet square, which if you think about the size of the airport, that's huge. Uses AI and machine learning to communicate with our digital twin and the sensors that we have in the twin in order to monitor the pathogens section by section throughout all of the staff and passenger dense areas. And then it starts to learn and said, hey, we've got a higher level than we want here, a lower one there. What signal can we send to the old-fashioned vents that open and close in order to generate the right airflow, in order to make sure that by very small segments, we're able to monitor the air quality. We did that through the Innovation Hub. It was one of the first things that we did. They solve a problem for us, which we love. We take a little piece of the IP there. They're able to sell that IP to airports and other large commercial building users across the country and across the world. And frankly, having an airport on your list of clients is pretty good, because we tend to have very high security, safety. So if it works in an airport, it's probably going to work in a daycare center, or a hospital, or a mall, or a commercial office building. So we're a very attractive platform, and we really think we have huge opportunity to use the digital twin to do this kind of work. So if you're interested, if you have, I'm going to tell you one other example, but if you have those kinds of ideas, we do have, the Innovation Hub is on our website. We do get unsolicited proposals and ideas. We have this great team that goes out and meets to try and make sure that we're using local companies, and by local I mean Canadian, local companies with local knowledge to be able to work on international problems at a local airport, so that we can generate the kind of innovation for our airport, but also for those in our economy through this great platform that is an airport.
So just to dissect that question, that example that you gave, where there was a sharing of the IP. So in that example, was it a researcher that you collaborated with, or a startup?
Startup.
It was a startup. Very good.
Yeah, and another example, we're current on a climate example. So we have a commitment to be net zero by 2030, and we've got a geo-exchange system, and we're looking at alternative energy. We're a huge user of energy and electricity, and while the electricity is hydroelectric and so sustainable, we operate a 24/7 building, and like I said, it's the largest in the province, so it's massive. But we don't need the same heating or cooling at midday as we do at midnight, and vice versa, right? So there's a huge opportunity to store energy at midnight to be able to be deployed at midday. And so those kinds of things actually have quite a significant effect on our overall energy usage. But one of the other areas, certainly aviation, I'll talk about that in a minute, but people don't realize that a lot of emissions from aviation can be curtailed by what happens on the ground, because actually airplanes are on the ground a lot. And a lot of vehicles and equipment service airplanes when they're on the ground. And so we have literally hundreds of light-duty trucks and equipment that move bags and serve and provide safety and security monitoring and do all of those things that you see at a working airport. But they're not easily electrified because they don't behave like they certainly don't behave like a residential fleet, but they don't even behave like a regular commercial fleet, like a UPS or a Canada Post, because most of that equipment is common use. So they don't go to a garage at night where you can easily be recharged and restored for the next day. So we actually need, and somebody will leave it, right? And then the next person from another will pick it up because they're common use equipment. So what we needed was mobile EV charging. And so we partnered with a local company, Moment Energy, that makes portable EV charging stations out of recycled batteries. So it's like awesome, win, win, win. But they were just testing it out, and they didn't have very many clients, let alone one the size of the airport. So with a bit of sponsorship from the province of British Columbia and Innovate BC, and us giving essentially the platform of the airport and our ability to collect and monitor that data through the Innovation Hub, we are the first test bed for this electric charging infrastructure. And again, if it works at our airport, probably works at every other airport as we decarbonize our industry, but also probably works at a mine, works at the marine port, works at a forestry company. There's literally hundreds of applications for this use case if we get it right. We're happy to be the first ones to do this because it helps us solve problems way faster than we could do it on our own. But we also think it's part of our mandate to be able to support innovation and decarbonization throughout our supply chain in order to support businesses.
And for those of you that are unfamiliar with Moment Energy, they were 4 undergraduates in mechatronics that came out of SFU. So we've been talking quite a bit about power storage and electrical storage. Is there any current electrical generation that's happening on the airport, or any plans for that, to have anything independent than BC Hydro?
Yeah, one of the things that it really became apparent to us really early on is we could be net zero and without too much effort, really, if we electrified everything. But we're so big that if we electrify everything, then we could easily take up about 80% of the new power that's coming on from Site C, just us alone. So that probably is not the best thing for us to do for the province. So we have said that in addition to our climate goals, we need to be developing a sustainable energy plan. And what you're seeing actually with airports that are embracing climate and climate innovation around the world, there's not that many, but there's starting to be more. They're starting to see themselves as an energy hub, right? And potentially one where we could actually be a provider of energy to surrounding communities. And we've had some preliminary conversations with BC Hydro on just that. So we're looking at the moment, we have some geo-exchange. We've talked a little bit about hydrogen and where hydrogen might fit in. But we do need to be in a place where either through storage, generation, or some combination of those two things, in a place where we can not be the huge sucking sound of sustainable power for the region. General Fusion, which you may know about, a local company with some international aspirations, they recently relocated their head office to the airport. They really like being proximate to us, and who knows, maybe that's 10 or 15 years from now, but maybe there's a fusion solution that comes our way. We're very, very open to those ideas. One of the most recent discussions around storage is, if you've come to the airport, you probably have seen our multi-story parkade done with the most sustainable concrete that we could find, but still not perfect. And it was suspended during the pandemic for obvious reasons. We now think that the highest and best use for that, because it's plumbed all for the whole thing, to each stall to have EV charging capabilities. Now that we have two-way EV charging capabilities, that we might, the rental car companies are quite interested in putting their whole Southern British Columbia electric fleet in that location. And again, cars charge and then they sit there, right? And so there's an opportunity actually for them to be storage capacity, not only for the airport, but potentially for us to sell that power back into the grid. BC Hydro is quite interested in that. And at the scale and size of the airport, we almost have the quality problem of so many use cases. Which ones to pick early and which ones to run with is actually one of the constant discussions that we're having inside, because there's so many opportunities for us to do this.
Great. So I want to segue from sort of the operations of what you have control over to the problem of sustainable aviation fuel, whether it's electrification or a myriad of different choices. Maybe you can start to tackle that. Yeah. Lay it out for the audience.
Yeah, so aviation is, as you probably know, one of the biggest single contributors to greenhouse gases. About 3% of annual greenhouse gases worldwide are generated through flight. So we have a big role to play in decarbonizing. And there's a whole pile of ideas, as you might be aware. There's Boeing, both Boeing and Airbus, the two largest commercial airplane manufacturers, both have prototypes for hydrogen aircraft. Most of those, though, most people think that's somewhere in the mid-2030s before those are licensed and operable. But the issue with that, notwithstanding how difficult it is to generate and produce truly green hydrogen, is the fact that it's a whole new design, right? Like everything, the engines are different, the wings are different, it's a completely new system, right? It's like going from steam power to electrification. And so most of the focus is what we do in the interim. And there's a couple of really interesting things that are happening. The first, that's unique to our airport, is we have the first fully electric commercial aircraft on the planet being flown out of YBR in Harbour Air's float planes. And so they've converted one de Havilland Beaver aircraft. They've now actually manufactured from scratch another one. And they're looking to locate their maintenance and their home-based facility for the first electric plane manufacturer in the world right at YBR. So we're super excited about that. But because of how heavy batteries are, of course, it only really works for short distances. So flying from Vancouver to Victoria is about perfect. Low aircraft, not that many people, but obviously the bigger the aircraft, the bigger the battery, which therefore makes that not work. So what most people are looking at is sustainable aviation fuel. And sustainable aviation fuel is just like a biofuel, any other biofuel, biodiesel or others. It uses wood waste or meat reduction, fat reduction waste, or sometimes canola, but that's not quite as sustainable, or other natural organic waste to produce fuel. And it works the same way as ethanol works in a gasoline engine, in that you blend a little bit, about 30% sustainable aviation fuel blended with 70% conventional aviation fuel or kerosene yields about a 70% reduction in GHGs, right? So it's a huge benefit. The problem is we don't have anybody producing it. If we do, it's super expensive and unreliable, and we don't have a consistent feedstock. So the state of California, as you probably know, they're a leader in many areas. They just regulated and said, look, you're going to have to use sustainable aviation fuel. We're going to ensure that it can be produced at a fair price, and therefore they have 6 refineries making some of the best sustainable aviation fuel, but it's all consumed there because you have to use it. We have potential for contracts with Neste, which is a Finnish company, the world's largest producer of sustainable aviation fuel, but their closest refinery is in Singapore. And it doesn't seem to make too much sense to us to buy sustainable aviation fuel and ship it in a bulk marine tanker all the way across the Pacific, only to put into aircraft here. So we're really looking for ways and prepared to put our capital and our platform up, as the first test bed to get local supply. Forest waste, we think, is a really good place to start, into local refinery capability that can go to the international airport, so we can have blended sustainable aviation fuel at a reasonable cost. But it's the old problem with innovation, right? There's not enough supply, so the price is too high. The price is too high, so nobody buys it, so there's not enough supply. Because the price is too high, so nobody buys it. And so we're stuck at the moment in that loop. We are in a privileged financial position as an airport, and we think we can be part of that solution, but we will need some regulatory changes in order to make that work.
So sort of looking forward, seeing what happened in the California example, if you were, again, going through the lens of getting to that net zero target, in the best case scenario, if everything was aligned and you could control all of the little pieces that need to make things be favorable to get the incentives that you need, what would be the steps? What would need to happen, and what would be that timeline for sustainable aviation fuel?
Well, of course, if power and money were no barrier, the timeline could be quite short. So the technology does exist to take wood waste, which I think is probably the best given our geography and given our industries. Wood waste would be refined locally at a purpose-built facility in British Columbia. It would then be shipped to our fuel facility, stored in a separate tank, and then blended, and then comes through the pipeline that we have that goes from our storage facility on the Fraser River to the airport, and then would be part of, because the way that it happens is there's not like a separate pump for Air Canada and a separate pump for WestJet, a separate pump for Lufthansa. Everybody uses the same pump, right? So they just pay by the amount that they use. So that would mean that all of the fuel that would go into every single flight, except for the lovely electric Harbour Air flights at the airport, could have this kind of climate impact. Now, we still have to get the other end of the journey. As I said, it's both ends. It's a system. It really needs to work. But if we could chart a pathway, just like we did for detection of pathogens in the air, or just like we are for electric mobile charging, or just like we're doing for so many other things, then it starts to be a lot easier for other airports, which are private companies in Canada, to raise money and financing, convince the bankers that this is not a risky bet. There's a pathway. There's players who already know how to do this, and they're right here in our own country.
So I'm going to ask one more question, but after that, we're going to go to the Slido questions. I just encourage people, if they have any questions, to put that into Slido. And the question I wanted to ask is related to resilience to climate change, which is happening where the impacts are happening outside of the airport. It's the land mass of the airport, but you're evacuating people out of the Yukon. You're evacuating people out of Kelowna. You're evacuating hospitals and long-term care homes. Very, very complex evacuation situations because of wildfires, because of floods, because of all these things that are happening, which are cascading downward effects of climate change. How do you plan for that when you're such a big provider in that community?
Well, I want to say two things about that. So certainly we have, during the pandemic, we did a lot of just really basic work because there was not a lot of other stuff going on except for keeping up with all the COVID changes and the international policy changes. We did what we call the dikes and ditches tour, which is making sure that we reinforced all of the dikes and the drainage ditches. Fairly basic stuff. But when the atmospheric river hit in November a couple of years back, and all of our province was cut off for 10 days, the only way that that people got from point A to point B was through the airport. We were continuously operating throughout that entire time without any disruption. We're seeing a lot of, as any of you traveled last December, we're seeing a lot of irregular winter events. You know, the kinds of things that make de-icing and safety very, very complex because our models are built. You know, you appreciate this. You don't want sort of random tests when you're flying. Very incremental procedures that are put in place that are operated over and over and over again. So we're not an industry that kind of goes this way and this way. It's very incremental. So this kind of change is very, very difficult for our industry to adjust to, from equipment to process to planning. And so again, the digital twin really came in handy because we can now run scenarios in ways that we couldn't before. We're protecting capacity in ways that we couldn't before. We're being very, very clear with data, actual data, not one pilot's perception, somebody in the control tower's perception, somebody on the ground's perception, actual data, image of what happened at what time, so we can plan our schedules accordingly so we have resilience. But the other thing that we're really looking towards is how we can think about climate resilience beyond just the airport itself. So it doesn't matter if we're flying if you can't get there. And so thinking about different ways of moving people, thinking about different ways of moving goods, and different multimodals. You know, you've probably heard about the opportunity to have high-speed rail connecting Seattle to Vancouver. I think the original plan for the terminus of that was in Surrey. I would argue it should be at YVR. We already have multimodal connection to other places, and so how do we make sure that we're putting some of our climate resilience and sustainability planning into the larger context where other initiatives are in place as well.
Very good. So we're going to move on to some of the audience questions. So I'll take a look here. So the first one is, so how do you balance and manage the work that you do at YVR with all of the other roles that you've taken on? Chancellor of SFU, Chair of Canada Infrastructure Bank, and there's a whole bunch of other ones there that are not listed.
Yeah, well, first of all, obviously I have a great team around me, people who are very, very good at what they do, and I'm just really there to support and coach. So obviously it's always about the team. And working at an airport, more than any other role I've had in my career, you know, we always talk about teamwork, but working at an airport is a true team sport. Because of the complexity, not one person, including me, can do anything without at least one other person helping us. So the collective is very, very powerful. I also, I'm super loyal as a friend and as a partner and as a sister and a daughter and all of that. But I'm not that loyal when it comes to professional advice. So I like to cross-train. Just like we cross-train physically, I like to cross-train from a career point of view. So I find the insights that I get when I spend time with students, which is my favorite, as Chancellor at SFU, helps me think about things when I'm thinking about what we need to do in Indigenous communities with the Canada Infrastructure Bank. Lets me think, hey, this wildfire crisis that we have, there's a really interesting solution somewhere there around supporting economic growth in Indigenous communities while establishing a national decentralized wildfire fighting service, which, what do you need to fight wildfires? You need an airstrip, you need an aircraft of some kind, you need fuel, you need water, and you need people. Those are all aviation based. Could we support communities with sustainable aviation fuel to have wildfire centers that they use when we need them, but at other times can support transport of patients, transport of goods, greater mobility and access for rural and remote Indigenous communities. That only happens because I have all three of those roles.
Thank you. So moving on now, so we have another question here about your net zero goals. So are they going to include purchasing carbon credits?
Not after 2030. So we currently use carbon credit, purchase of carbon credits today. We actually issued our first credits for sale ourselves. So we are actually getting to a place where we can issue carbon credits. So no, it's a true net zero commitment. I actually would love it if we got to the level of circularity, right, where we were really, and I think we have enough diversity and enough complexity in a good way to make that a realistic goal. But no, it'll be a true net zero.
Thank you. So going back to the Innovation Hub, you described that you could email unsolicited proposals in. But the question is, are there going to be some future challenges where there'll be certain problems that are identified and there'll be a call with some money behind it to solve those problems?
We certainly have been talking about how to do that, and we have some large partners who will remain nameless, but one begins with an M and has a not a hard but a soft ending in its name as a technology company, and the other is a large telecommunications company that's based in British Columbia. So you can figure out who those are. So they're quite interested in the Innovation Hub and the platform as well, because it helps them. And so we're just in the process of thinking about what that collaboration could look like. And then we could put out a call with some serious funds for a broader and more diverse scope, even though there's almost unlimited, as I said, at the airport. So stay tuned for that. That's something that probably will be coming out early in the new year.
Oh, excellent. Very good. The next question is, the 2022 winter season created significant challenges for YVR, seemingly more than previous years. And what's being done to sort of anticipate and manage potential weather-related delays for 2023 and 2024?
Yeah, we call that the 4 days in December, and they were challenging for sure. And yeah, we saw weather that we have literally never seen before. The last time we could see anything on record that was anywhere close was 84 years ago. And so we do what we always do in our industry, and I hope you do in your own companies and in your own research and your own work. That was obviously not our finest hour. So we did a full after-action review. And even though airports, I'll tell you with some humility, but also with a little bit of pride, airports across North America, many were affected by weather during the holidays this past year. Buffalo was closed for like 9 days, which never happens. And we're the only airport that I'm aware of that not only did a full after-action review of everything. We think we knew what we could do to improve, but we wanted to go through the exercise anyway. We hired an independent international third-party expert to make sure that we were seeing things in the best and wisest possible way. We also went out and consulted the public for the first time and said, tell us what you need. Tell us what we could do better. I mean, we know what those basic things are, but what were the things that would make a difference? And we put all of that together. We released it publicly. It's on our website. You can read it. Put a $40 million commitment behind it. Everything from better weather sensing equipment. So again, there's a weather station at YVR. You probably consult it. So the weather at YVR today is, but it's actually a modeling. It's not a real sensor. Most of our weather predictions are models, just like our climate models, right? So this is actually nanotechnology that tells us second by second what's actually occurring on the ground and in the air right above the airport. So that will give us better data, and we're going to plug it into the digital twin so that all of the ecosystem at the airport has the same information. We've also changed our policies. One of the problems we had is, you may be surprised to know that the airport doesn't have the power, historically, to tow an aircraft from a gate. So if an aircraft is sitting on a gate blocking another aircraft for 17 hours in one case, for coming onto that gate, we didn't have the power to do anything. We now have clear requirements. If you're going to operate, this is what I was talking about at the beginning, we actually have more power than I think we've historically used. If you want to operate at our airport, you must have a certain number of towing vehicles available at our request at all times to move aircraft. And then we also communicated a lot more. So you can see we give you our performance data, on-time performance, baggage performance, how long it takes to go through. screening how much we're using, if it's winter, glycol, all of the nasty stuff that we like to keep in check to keep our environmental commitments high. All of that is reported on a daily basis. I don't know of any other airport on the continent that does that. So we really are, we had a pretty good summer. Our performance was very good during the summer. We're focused on the winter because we know, like, what's a cyclone bomb? And yet we had one just a couple of days ago. So these aren't winter events anymore. They're things that we're experiencing over and over again. So we're building our resilience. Our long-term plan is to get ahead with the kind of, and do our part on the GHG side, but we have to plan for vastly different scenarios than we have in the past. We're using technology. We're using Musqueam indigenous knowledge that can bring all sorts of insights into what happened and what used to happen around Sea Island. And we're making that information available publicly so that others who are active in this space can share with us their insights that will help make the airport better.
Thank you very much, Tamara. Well, I'd like the audience to help join me in thanking Tamara for this great discussion.
Thank you very much.
All right, okay, well, good evening, everyone. It's the evening now, not afternoon, since it's already dark. So first and foremost, I just want to recognize the incredible energy in this room. I counted there has been 10 sessions since this morning. So there's been a lot of really engaging discussions, really insightful dialogues throughout the day. And I think one thing that's really common, from just what I've heard today is that, we all share this really common goal about really going after creating really meaningful innovations to actually solving, significant problems in our planet and the society. So what better ways to wrap off this evening than to engaging in a dialogue with investors? So I'm really excited to be welcoming all my esteemed panelists today. They're not just everyday investors, they are impact investors who share your passion about creating impact, but also at the forefront of driving that investment, industry forward to allocating capital towards, impactful companies. So hopefully that we can, get more companies to help shape our future responses to climate and public health crises. So I know a lot of you have been here since the start of the day, and there's a few VF members that have joined us as well, just to get the pulse of the room so that we can get the dialogue going. How many of you here in the room are entrepreneurs or are looking to raise capital? All right, I think that's more than half. And how many of you are from the investment community? VCs, investors, angel investors? Okay, well, that's about half too. So, half and half. So we have a diverse audience in the room. I think we can touch on a lot of really engaging conversations today. So maybe let's just, get right into it, starting with introduction. I would love for each of the panelists to introduce themselves. But as you do so, please also, explain about your investment thesis, your fund, and where does impact kind of fall into sort of, that investment thesis as well? How do you define impact? So maybe we will start with Jotham.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Jotham. I'm really excited to be here today. And so really, I'm one of the senior analysts over on the team at Amplify Capital. We're an early stage impact fund that's based out of Toronto, and we invest across North America, across both social and environmental impacts. So really anything that falls into health, education, and climate tech, really in the pre-seed to Series A stages, is really kind of our sweet spot. And so really how we define impact rolls up into the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And so really specifically we target good health, good education, and also climate action. And of course, it seems like a really pretty lofty kind of goals, but we also break it down on more of a portfolio and also company-specific level, helping a lot of our companies build really specific metrics and scorecards to really understand the outputs and outcomes that they're really trying to measure.
Well, we're definitely going to be talking about the scorecards later as well. Kahe, how about you?
Thanks, and it's really great to be part of this conversation today. I'm a partner at the TELUS Pollinator Fund, so we were seeded with an initial $100 million by TELUS, really to kind of deliver on the company's overall commitment to social capitalism. We can call it social capitalism, we can call it triple bottom line, we can call it fundamentally, how do we leverage the power of business to create measurable impact in the areas that are really kind of touching our lives: climate, healthcare, food security, and inclusive communities. Those are our 4 areas of investment. We invest principally seed to Series A, but increasingly now we have a mandate to also go growth stage, which is really nice because then we can write kind of earlier checks and then follow the company as they grow and really leverage the power of TELUS, the hundreds of thousands of team members around the world, market leadership in agriculture, in technology, in healthcare, to unlock and open doors for the founders that we work with.
That's really exciting news. How about you, Graham?
Yes, my name is Graham Day. I'm also very excited to be here today with the esteemed panel. I work for, and I'm managing partner of Spring Impact Capital. Spring Impact Capital is a new fund that is coming out of the platform that is Spring Activator, that many of you, if you're based here in Vancouver, will know, a nationwide accelerator and incubator that's been working in Canada for almost a decade. So the fund comes out of that, similar to Jotham and Kahe, working under specific themes, in our case, climate and health, specifically at the pre-seed seed stage. So seeing a gap there at the earliest stages where capital is required. I have a background in impact investing from a previous fund I've worked at, and so we're very excited to get going here soon on some of our deployments.
Actually, Graham, while you're at it, I would love to learn more about Spring Impact Collective as well, because Spring has launched multiple platforms. So maybe if you can touch on other platforms of investments that Spring has as well.
Yeah, I can briefly mention the collective. So the Spring Collective is Canada's only nationwide angel group specifically for impact investing. And so we're bringing together angels, some of which self-identify as angels, some of which are just learning to do direct investments, together to be able to do individual and syndicated investments into early stage companies. So that's part of our collective platform. So thanks for that shout out.
A shout out for that. I think we have a truly diverse panel today, ranging all stages of investments, and really great to hear, Kay, that you're also expanding into the growth stage as well. We have Corporate Venture Capital Fund, the largest impact fund. We have, what I call Amplify Capital. It's like the OG impact fund, because Amplify has been around the block for a very long time. And then we have an emerging fund managers who's really breaking into creating the thesis to invest in impact. So, my next question is really around, the concept of impact investing and, triple bottom line and whatnot, what you may call it, it's emerged to be really, like in this recent trends, just the growth of it is just really significant. So, from sort of this perspective, it's like, why do you think all of a sudden, startup or investors in your case are considering sort of that planet and people in addition to profit? Why has it become a trend now? So maybe start with you, Graham, because, I know the Spring Impact Collective trains, quite a few of investors and companies as well on impact.
Yeah, I'll answer this question from two sides. I think on the one hand, more and more investors, both at the I'd say institutional level, but also in individual level, are looking for more of a story with their investments, to to be able to do something more than just get a financial return for it, and to align with their personal interests. Many of them come from professional industries, and whether it be healthcare, or education, or some sort of science, climate science, and they're looking to align and develop their own investor thesis, which then leads itself to looking for something else, some other bottom line other than the return on investment. So I think that's coming to a forefront. So we're seeing just much more interest in that. But the other way I wanted to answer the question is, it's also, I think, good business to be a company that has that mission-led side to it. All sorts of statistics out there. I read one that 91% of millennials are more likely to switch to a new brand that is more mission-led. Nielsen had another one, said 2 out of 3 surveyed customers are willing to pay more for a brand that has a mission-led story, which speaks to better margins and better business fundamentals. So there's a whole kind of argument there for companies to be leaning in a meaningful way to the mission-led side too, which is good for investors as well.
Sustainability now sells, and it's sexy, is what I say. How about you, Kahe? From corporate venture funds perspectives, we're now seeing more corporate launching the impact funds as well, following the TELUS really successful pollinator fund. So why do you think it's the trends now?
Yeah, in kind of prepping for today's session, I took a bit of a step back and thought about where the notion of triple bottom line has evolved. And I'm dating myself here a little bit, but when I first graduated from school and got into corporate responsibility, this was nearly 2 decades ago. And the notion of triple bottom line was something that we had to sell to companies and saying, this is more than just marketing. This is something fundamentally what your stakeholders are looking for. And I remember as a new graduate from engineering trying to get a job at a consulting firm and asking about the values of corporate responsibility of the company. I kind of got laughed out of the room from the HR department to say people don't care about this. It's really exciting now to know that the impact investing market, so not just from early stage venture to the corporate space, is now over $1 trillion in market size. So in those 20 years, there's been startups and entrepreneurs and founders and early investors that have been willing to make a bet and say, hey, I can make a return on our investment and create measurable social and environmental change. And this is the way the new economy is going to go, because we see the climate impacts that we're facing. We just came out of the worst wildfire season that we can have imagined, and it's kind of scary what it's going to look like next year. So why not put why not put our heads together as a company like TELUS that has all this innovation, all this commercial kind of strength, and channel it in new market opportunities where we really do need solutions that can scale, opportunities to bring products to market, and consumers that are willing and are asking for new technologies to improve their health or to improve early warning signals for climate or to really drive forward more regenerative agriculture practice. Fundamentally echoing what Graham said is it's good business opportunity, and the consumer and us as we go to the market, supermarket, or as we choose what products to buy, we're demanding that. And no one's getting laughed out of the room now, which is a really great kind of progress over 2 years, not 2 years, but 20 years.
Absolutely. Jonathan, so Amplify Capital, I think you're on the second?
We are on our second fund.
Second fund. But I remember speaking to the founders of Amplify and with you as well. When Amplify first started, you were like one of the very few impact-focused VC funds. And now you're seeing the growth of, all the funds are thinking about incorporating impact into their thesis. Anything to say about sort of the growth of that?
Yeah, I think it's really inspiring, and we like to think that, all of the kind of early impact investors were really what caused this kind of interest in mainstream funding. When Amplify first started back in 2016, it was actually seeded by Richard Branson. He actually came up to Canada, was looking around and saw that there wasn't really any players in the impact investing space, and so he kind of seeded us first as a Mars Catalyst Fund, and we eventually spun off as Amplify Capital. I mean, really at the time, Catherine Mortzman, who's our managing partner today, she really wanted to be able to align to the triple bottom line, because there was no other way to get people to pay attention to us unless we made a lot of money doing a lot of impact. And so now when heads are turning, a lot of these large fund managers, we hope, are actually looking to us and saying, hey, what are they doing that's different, that's providing all of this new value to stakeholders and also to shareholders as well.
That gives a really nice segue to my next question, actually. So as VC investors, we have this, I can include myself as the VC by past life. We have this fiduciary duty to return investments and make the best decisions, right, on that would result in the financial outcomes that, our investors need to see. How do you evaluate sort of that environmental and social considerations, that impact side of things? What are some of the metrics and indicators that you look for to help you make that decisions? And actually, I'm going to start with Kahay, because I know that TELUS Pollinator Fund has launched something for entrepreneurs.
Yeah, so I'll answer that kind of in two parts. So for us, we do look very closely at the financial returns. We'll go through financial projections, and we'll really try to understand how is your impact thesis integrated as fundamentally for every dollar of revenue you're going to generate. So I'll use an example of a company called Flash Forest. It's a drone-based reforestation company, BC-based. And we know that for every tree that they're going to plant, that's going to directly reforest post-wildfire landscapes, and it will also remove carbon from the air. So we'll make really early assessments of the impact, and we'll align that with the projections of the financial model as well. So we have a sense that if we're making an expectation of a financial return based on revenue growth, this is the equivalent environmental return that we are going to have as that company scales. We'll do that across agriculture. We'll look at sustainable agriculture. We'll look at areas of under sustainable management, amount of waste reduced, et cetera, whatever it may be. We'll do that in healthcare, and we'll do that in ed tech and inclusive communities as well. The one thing from an investor perspective, there's been a lot of effort and a lot of collaboration among the investor space in the last 10 years to really say, as an investor, do we assess it, and how do we really understand and validate the credibility of the impact claims that companies are making. And I think we've made a lot of good progress here. There's IRIS that's come out to really define a standard taxonomy. There's the 5 dimensions of impact. So investors in general, and I don't know if you guys would disagree, but I feel like we're coalescing around a conversation that we all kind of generally know what impact means and have a methodology to measure. The area where we think that it's actually hardest is for all the entrepreneurs that are out there right now, trying to start a business, trying to articulate your impact thesis, and try to lean into that impact angle of your business and access capital that you otherwise wouldn't be able to do. So if you're a founder in the audience today and you're like, I have a climate business here, and I'm raising $1 million or $2 million seed fund, how do I attract impact capital? We've created a tool, and it's a really simple playbook that helps you as a founder. You can download on our website, telus.com/pfimpact. Little plug there. But it will help you articulate using standard frameworks that as investors we understand and accept as impact. And then it will also create, very simply in Google Sheets, templates for a reporting form for you. So no investor is expecting your impact to be perfect from day one. We expect it to evolve and for it to reflect the learnings as your company grows. But we know that you need a starting point. And so having a playbook like that helps you not only articulate what you already are doing, but also asks you to reflect on areas where you could be improving, and then gives you a template for reporting. We hope it's going to be really easy for you to just load it up into your data room. So when an impact investor says, hey, well, how do you approach impact? You can say, here is what we've already done. We'd love your input as well onto how else we could evolve that. But you've already had kind of a baseline set of metrics or articulated your thesis in a way that, for us it's easy to recognize and have a conversation from.
Graham, how about you? Because sometimes you get involved really early, that pre-seed stage, and I know that you constantly always have conversations with entrepreneurs who may not be at that stage of incorporation yet. You speak to entrepreneurs who are thinking about starting and launching their companies all the time. What metrics or what indicators are you looking to assess, especially when it's so early?
Yeah, it's interesting, right? So it's almost the creation of the indicators is separate from the data that comes from those indicators, because for many companies, there is no impact yet because it's still at a pre-seed seed level, or it's still in piloting, or it's still in the lab. So in those cases, I'm very interested in how the impact thesis is articulated. And one way to do that is through a tool often called an impact model or a theory of change, and it's actually built into the tool, TELUS's tool, where you can show what you have, what your inputs are, what the activities, what you're going to do with those, what that's going to create in terms of outputs, and then what ultimate impact that has in terms of outcomes. And it's a powerful way to show the threads through and expose in a good way the assumptions you're making as a founder of how you're going to get there. And then what comes out of those assumptions is a set of questions and a set of indicators often. And so for me, my attention is is caught in a good way by founders who are saying, look, this is what I plan to do. This is how I'm going to get to the impact. And I'm going to know I'm going to get there because this is what I intend to measure. And even if they're not measuring it yet, because as I mentioned, it might be pre-launch, that really satisfies a lot of my curiosities around how mission-led the company is. The fact that you're planning on measuring it and have thought through what is a huge comfort for, I think, the impact investor community to know that that you're thinking about it.
And for the entrepreneurs in the room, that's the theory of change. It's very common used in nonprofit organizations. Investment funds actually also use it as well for our theory of change and how we come up with the investment thesis. How about you, Jonathan? You mentioned a little bit in the introduction that Amplify also has created some frameworks and some tools to help entrepreneurs as well.
Yeah, I mean, like Kahe and Graham have mentioned, there's no like generally accepted principle for reporting on impact. There's no auditors auditing your impact either. And so while we're all kind of trending in that direction where, carbon accounting, there are some, emerging frameworks and principles that are being more widely adopted. There's nothing really in that kind of social side. There's no one coming in to say, hey, you have like 1 million learners, check, that's right. And so really what we see is there's kind of like a little bit of a spectrum of founders. There's ones who kind of come to us already with models with like 10 pages of assumptions on like a one-sheet spreadsheet, and that's totally fine. And then there's others who actually don't want to give us any of their total addressable impact or any of their kind of projections because they're worried that those numbers aren't accurate and therefore they don't want to report on it. But I do think it is more important to have those numbers and change it as they go and build also this kind of impact roadmap and milestones for what you want to measure, when you want to measure it, as concurrently with your product milestones and financial milestones as well.
Thank you. So I kind of want to move into some of the examples. So, would love to maybe hear, from your own portfolio companies you've invested in, or maybe some of the pitches that you've listened to and it just kind of stuck with you. What has been some of sort of like that key contributors of, really successful pitch, especially around impact? And maybe can you give example of, if that company's got your investments? So starting with anyone, maybe Kay? Yeah.
Sure, I'll give one, and I think this is overarching for any kind of pitch. We want to learn something from your pitch, and so if you're coming to us with an idea and help us understand why or learn more about the topic, because we're looking at 1,000 kind of pitches. And so anything you can do to help us deepen our understanding of that area would be really useful. So I'll give you an example. We just closed an investment into a company that does early wildfire detection. They use IoT sensors connected via LoRaWAN network, so they can be placed where there is in rural areas where there is no 5G connection. And can have early wildfire detection up into a minute. For me, as I was going through that pitch and looking at their data room, the founders had gone into such detail of analysis around timeline of smoldering, for when a spark might happen, to smoldering, to when a fire will expand, to the economic impacts of a wildfire, suppression, insurance. So really had scaled up the initial challenge of a wildfire starting to the overall thesis, where if we can detect a wildfire within an hour of its smoldering, we could save billions of dollars in wildfire suppression and economic loss. So it was just that logical math, if you will, between this fire detection time to this type of economic impact that was really compelling for us, because it meant, and I think Graham talked about it, a real clear intentionality from the founding team that this is what their company is wanting to do, and they're not just putting impact there as an impact washing kind of strategy. So when there's that level of thinking, even if it's not accurate, and I think Jotham, you kind of alluded to it, we don't expect your projections to be, to pan out the way you see it. Things will always adjust, but we want to know that you've at least had that intention around impact and that you've taught us something through our pitch process.
Yeah, I always think that, you know, all of our founders in our portfolio see the market a little bit differently than everyone else. And so I'll probably give the example of Úxwumixw Education, which is, if you can imagine like a Netflix platform for social emotional learning, that's basically what they are. And what we've seen in the industry is that, one, well, he had a very, very interesting and deep backstory of his daughter actually going through some very severe mental illnesses, and he actually quit a very cushy, you know, lawyer position to kind of start this business. And so he gave up on his career and pivoted out of inspiration. And so what he saw differently was really the delivery in social emotional learning education. It's actually been around for decades, but it's never really caught on, and it's never actually had the intended learning outcomes that we see in schools today that people are really looking for. And the delivery through live actors, surprisingly, actually had the effect of enabling children to see themselves in a diverse cast, instead of delivering it through paper and pencil, through cartoons, or other methods. These students can actually empathize and sympathize with the characters they see on screen. And it's not just about the content delivery, but it's also about the learning outcome tracking that they then put back and report back to their stakeholders, to their investors, and to their shareholders as well.
I'm going to give another example. This is actually a company I used to work at, and I'm going to give the example because I wanted to make a point on impact measurement and how you're not measuring just for us, your investors. You're ideally measuring your impact because it's business intelligence for you to make your product or service better, in all senses of the word. So I used to work as CFO for a scale-up called Systema Bio, and we made, and the company still makes today, small biodigesters for smallholder farmers around the world that turn farm waste into biogas, which is a form of, can be used as cooking gas. And so we would work with our investors who were asking questions about, well, exactly what is the impact of this? And we would say, well, we know this much biogas in theory replaces this many tanks of gas that the farmer would otherwise purchase. Great. And so we had our kind of model of how that would work, and it was very kind of linear. This many biodigesters, this much gas we would displace, this many savings that these farmers in Mexico and Kenya and India would save. And our investors pushed us to do that impact measurement a little bit deeper. And so through partnerships and surveys we would learn much more granular detail about exactly what was the system displacing. Was it displacing firewood? Was it displacing different types of gas? How much time? And the more we learned about that, the better we could price the product, the better we understood the value that we were providing those farmers, the better partnerships we could make. And so it's a good example of, we're not measuring impact for the sake of a report. We're measuring it in many ways for the business intelligence and to improve the company in the long run. So yeah, just keep that in mind, because it can very often become this repetitive, formulaic, something that ends up in a report somewhere that gets sent away, and ideally it's much more than that.
Or like the exercise, like the checkbox and whatnot. So, and yet in turn, you do the exercise, you attract customers, and you might get investors along the way as well. I really love all the examples that you shared, because some of the companies, especially in your portfolio, you may always hear the entrepreneurs saying that, well, my companies are so impactful. We're helping solve such significant problems, but we have just so much problems getting that attention from investors, because our problems are complicated. It's wildfires, it's mental illness, it's something that underserved communities. It's not like the sexy EV cars or something that is more mainstream. So thank you for sharing all the examples. And I think for investors in the room, it probably helps them think through as well in terms of how do they make decisions? How do you make decisions when it comes to impact and also investments? So I have my Slido queue here. So for the audience in the room, is it online as well? Oh, and people at home, please submit your questions here. I'm just going to go through the questions. I cannot see that, so I'm going to go here. So Many articles, oh, okay, it's moving on me. So how do your firms decide which companies align with the 3 Ps? What percentage of profit is acceptable without negatively affecting people and planet?
That question seems to imply that there are trade-offs, which is something we haven't
Yes.
talked about today, and it is an excellent topic to dive into. We may never come out of it, but we can try. I just say in general that I think this is something that should be discussed openly with investors. It is an interesting topic that opens up governance. Who do you want on your board? How do you steer things? Because I think we all named examples where revenue and impact move nicely together, and that is almost always true, but there are lots of decisions that companies need to make where one might be sacrificed over the other. If you're pricing a product for access and you're being pushed by an investor to increase margins at the expense of access, you're making one of these decisions where you're, in theory, putting profit over people. So we don't have any rules of thumb on it. It's something to be actively discussed. It's something to watch on your governance, who's at the table. It speaks to how you want to seek alignment with the investors that you're bringing on board right from the beginning, because, yeah, this is something that will come up.
Jotham, you were going to jump into this, the trade-off questions as well.
Yeah, I mean, I love talking about this, but Graham did a really good job encapsulating it. And, I think the whole premise behind our fund is that you can do the triple bottom line, do impact investing, and also provide a very large profit or return to your investors as well. And so, I'll give an example. So yeah, I'll go back to the original question. I mean, some of our companies actually, we're finding more and more, a lot of them are actually not just in our 3 sectors, but they actually are covering multiple of our sectors. So I'll use the example of Future Fields, which uses fruit flies to actually grow recombinant proteins and other small molecules. And essentially the play for using fruit flies is that you're able to produce the same content at 1/10 of the cost and also at even better performance. And also at the same time, they're a lot easier to produce and much lower carbon emissions as well. And so in this case, the more actual recombinant protein that they're able to sell, the larger the impact and the larger the profits. And so I think this is a counterexample to Graham's, where in this case it does actually the profits and also the impact does scale together.
The questions are moving. So, okay, maybe to comment around sort of that trade-off questions as well. Like, I mean, does TELUS Pollinator Fund ever consider percentage of profit or anything related?
We don't, and and part of my hesitation right now is if you're investing in the earlier stage, those decisions may not be some of the strategic considerations that you may have to make at a later stage when kind of, do you go for more inorganic growth? Do you really kind of push and expand into new markets? So I think right now we've been able to invest along our thesis where revenue and impact have to be tied very closely, and that's really critical for our process. But it's also really key, I think, to what Graham and Jotham are saying is the conversation about whether or not impact matters to the founders. So that's really important part of the diligence we go through is there a lived experience from the founder? Because usually that will create that long-term commitment. Is there a tenacity of the founder to say, this is something where, I've been working, 90 hours a week, and for the last 5 years, I really, for me, it's either going to be, this growth of company and impact, or I'm not going to do it. So I think that's sort of that founder alignment, and for the founders out there or investors out there is, are you having honest conversations with your prospective founders or with your prospective investors? And if you have a gut feeling, that's like something's niggling here, we may at some point, not see eye to eye on that impact piece, then, it's important to kind of, explore that, surface that. Otherwise, as you do kind of go to some of the later stage kind of conversations or some of the harder conversations, you're not anchored in core values that will ensure the impact piece is integral.
Yeah, that's a really important point because, VC funds don't invest alone. You form a syndicate with other funds and it's not just the round that you're raising as well, it's also the future rounds. And so who you bring to the table, that may change the narratives around the growth and the profit and the impact side of things. But I really love the point you talked about how, it's really the founders, who are kind of like the core, right? Like staying true to the mission and the vision that they started with. So that's a really good point. So now the most important question, what is your average check size?
I love how this at the event, the most number of upvotes.
The most important
It's like
question.
founders, they're just
How did
hustling
we
all the
miss
time.
this?
It's great.
So,
All right.
So to make sure everybody stays till the end of the panel, we'll answer this last.
We're actually going to do this. Okay.
Okay,
No,
I'm kidding.
Okay, what is your average check
So,
size?
I'm happy to go first. So our first check size will be between $250,000 and about $450,000, and then we have reserve capital for follow-on as needed.
Any condition? Stages of the companies. You got to show X of.
So it's okay for it to be pre-seed. It has to be general terms, out of the lab with the toe into the market, so some understanding of product market fit, but we are able to come in pre-profit and even pre-revenue. So.
Our sweet spot has been around $1 million to $2 million, but we've written checks larger than that, especially if we can see a strong strategic alignment to TELUS's capabilities, and we can really help the company grow. So we have ability to write larger checks, and I'll leave it at that.
And so for Amplify, we write checks usually between $500,000 to $1 million, and we also reserve capital for follow-on investments as well.
I love how we're all like stitched together. We barely overlap. It's perfect.
Yeah, that's perfect.
The whole suite.
Jotham, any condition, like, what traction? Founders, I got you. I'm going to dig in for you. Any traction that you like to see? What sort of that,
Well, honestly, I think first and foremost, we look at kind of the tie, so total addressable impact has to be in the gigaton or millions of learners or improved patients with improved health outcomes. In terms of traction, we do invest in pre-seed all the way up to Series A, so it does kind of vary, but typically, TRL 3 to 7 in climate and more deep tech startups, and some revenues or like pilots and proof of impact for health tech and also ed tech as well.
Wow, I love the total addressable impact. I mean, that's really awesome. All right, so the next question talks about, many articles talk about, the evidence that, ventures investing in with ESG, SDGs, the impact side of things show stronger performance. So can the panel talk about this in kind of in relation to the triple bottom line, relation to the performance of the funds in impact space? Maybe not your funds, but overall trends is fine too. Yes.
Yeah, I'll pop into here around this concept of DEI. I think if you look at the venture sector, diversity is, to be frank, a bit dismal in the sense that if you're a woman founder, you're going to get 20% of the deals funded from capital perspective. 20% from the deals funded and 3% of all VC funding. And we know, that's not the proportion of innovation across the gender makeup of communities. And if you're a racialized founder as well, your access to capital is just, you're facing a lot of headwinds. It is changing, I think, and I think it's really exciting. I think Spring's done a lot of great work around really intentionally supporting kind of women-led founders, Amplify very similarly as well. And I think a lot of Canadian kind of funds in that same space, and then a lot more also kind of either kind of diversity anchored funds out there, really creating a much easier roadmap for founders to access capital and have conversations with funders that otherwise would be very difficult. For Pollinator, our DEI, we've been really excited that because of the nature of impacts that we've been chasing, we've also come across a lot more diverse founders. And our portfolio right now, about 42% are led by women, and 54% are led by racialized Indigenous founders. And I think big portion of that is because of the conversations that we have with founders, and we really want to understand if the impact is core to their raison d'etre when they get up in the morning. And if you've had a lived experience around social and emotional learning kind of shortfalls, or around hard access or limited access to healthcare, or you're disproportionately impacted by climate effects, you may be from more of the less mainstream kind of VC market. And we really value that lived experience. And so, our hope is that we can continue as our portfolio grows to really kind of rebalance and show the opportunities within diverse founders and continue to collaborate with different platforms that are channeling earlier stage investments and priming the investor market to recognize opportunities within founders that, don't fit the traditional mold of VC funds.
Yeah, I definitely agree with what Kehe has mentioned, and I see it more from like an operational standpoint actually, and seeing half your team could be women, but how many are on the executive team or the C-suite, for example? And we found that actually across the board, all of our companies who have reported their performance, their SDGs to their employees, for example, have had very, very little turnover. And so really starting from kind of grassroots, being very intentional and thoughtful about how you engage with your employees and your stakeholders through ESG, like B Corp, all of these different methodologies and certifications, you can actually perform better because you have better ideas that rise to the top, more engaged employees, and by doing so, you have just better profits overall and more impact.
That's so interesting. We also believe that there are all sorts of groups of what we call overlooked founders that have tremendous value. And so in that sense, you could kind of map a kind of performance to that. The other thing I just briefly mention is there are a lot of markets being made right now around challenges that we have. So you mentioned forest fires, and you look at the different SDGs out there, markets being made around carbon by policy, water microplastics. A shout out to UBC company, Veritas Research, you know them, that work on degrading microplastics. That a lot of that business model will be enabled by legislation banning microplastics going into water supplies. So it's an interesting, we are intertwined with policy and government is slowly, but starting to answer some of the calls that we see around global challenges that are encapsulated in those SDGs. And so naturally, business models that are angled towards those have tremendous opportunity for companies and for investment.
All right, so I see the sign that there's 2 minutes to close. So maybe just do something fun here. And I didn't prep you before, but as investors, as individuals, you must have some areas that you're most excited about in impact. So maybe just one word so that the founders can find their ways to you afterwards at the networking areas. What excites you the most right now in terms of areas? Just maybe one word, categories, whatnot. Or the impact outcomes, however you might want to take it.
Just one?
Okay, 3. I didn't think about this before, so maybe 3. 3 might be too hard. Max 3. Starting 2. Or max 3.
Oh my God, 8 seconds. Regenerative agriculture. Very passionate about
regenerative
food.
Agriculture.
And, yeah.
Synthetic biology.
Right now, digital MRV for carbon solutions.
MRV?
Monitoring, reporting, and verification. So we're seeing a big trend and shift, obviously growth in carbon credit markets, but the whole market needs to be underpinned by scalable technologies that can really verify whether or not a carbon credit has actually been captured or not. So.
I've got a good company for you.
All right, this is only just one example of the many of the areas that you invest in. So we heard so many keywords today, and this is my key takeaway because I like to remember things in keywords. Total addressable impact, chasing impact, lived experience, and just good business, bottom line. And I just really love that because I think it really resonates well with, the people in the room today. And hopefully founders, investors alike, can walk away with really meaningful insights to, incorporate it into how you start your companies, you grow your companies, attract investments, but also consider about, forming your investment thesis when making investments as well. So thank you to our panelists. Special shout out to Jotham, who came all the way from Toronto, Graham, who came from Victoria, and of course Kahe, who came from Vancouver.
Two blocks away.
Yes.